Welcome. Welcome to the City Council regular meeting for Tuesday, August 4th, 2026 at 6 p.m. We are going to have the Pledge of Allegiance. We got some special guests. They're going to help us.
Mayor, before we begin.
Oh, the roll call. Sorry.
No.
Closed session.
Closed session,
and
yes.
open up in closed session. That's what we're going to do after all this.
Would you like me to make
Yes.
an announcement?
Yes, please.
Okay. So as previously announced, the City Council went into closed session to discuss a piece of existing litigation identified on the agenda. The City Council gave direction. There was no other reportable action taken.
Okay. So thank you. So now we come to open session and the pledge to the flag. So can we have Jack and Olivia come up, please? Okay, great.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, great. You did a great job. Well, come over here so everybody can see you. And so tell us a little bit about yourselves. I know your family, but for other people.
My name is Jack, and I am 9 years old.
And I understand you do a lot of traveling.
Yeah.
And where have you been traveling lately?
We mostly do around like Europe for summer vacation. And for like Christmas, we go around Canada, Toronto, to see our mom's family.
Oh, wonderful. So you can get to see all the family there. And what has been your favorite country to see this summer? If you had to pick one.
I'm not really sure. I think it'll be everyone.
Oh, all of them. You're going to be a good diplomat. That's great. Well, I also want to introduce the parents. So we've got Johnny Jett. Where are you, Johnny? Okay, and his lovely wife, Natalie.
Hello.
Now, you're used to doing this, right?
What? I would have dressed up if I knew I was going to be doing this. Yeah, it's an honor to have these guys do the Pledge of Allegiance. And
where have you been traveling?
This summer we've been very fortunate. We were in 9 countries. So we were in Paris, we were in France, we were in Austria, Italy, Montenegro, Greece, Finland. Canada, yes, Canada. And where else? There's a few more. Slovakia, Hungary.
And people here may not know who you are. I've known you for about 20 years on the radio and television and the like, but you do what?
Yeah, I'm a travel expert, and I'm very fortunate. I used to be afraid to fly. I got over my fear of flying. I grew up in Connecticut, came out to school here in Palos Verdes, fell in love with travel, fell in love with California, Manhattan Beach, and I got over my fear of flying. I was afraid to leave the country. Once I got over my fear of leaving the country, my first trip was to Hong Kong, and I've just been very fortunate. These guys have been to over 30 countries around the world, and and now I get to show them the world, and it's a great privilege.
That's terrific. And Natalie, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hi, my name's Natalie, and I'm originally from Toronto. I'm from Canada, which is why these guys love Canada so much. And yeah, I'm a journalist, and John and I met on a work trip when I lived in Toronto and he lived in LA, and we never thought anything would come of it, but 20 years later, we're here with our families living here in California. I didn't really see that happening, but love it here. And yeah, we're fortunate to travel a lot. The kids go to school at American Martyrs, and we just feel very fortunate to be a part of this entire community.
That's terrific. Well, thank you for helping us out today. We got some certificates and pins for the kids. So, Olivia. So there's a certificate of recognition for helping with the Pledge to Allegiance. And then I want to give you a special edition pin, America 250. And then Jack, the Cub Scout.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and give you the same certificate and the same pin. You can add it to your uniform there. So, Johnny, did you want to take some photos? Or?
I got them.
Oh, you got them already? Okay, so you're all set.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Your colleagues?
I will scoot in.
Oh, you're fine right there. Terrific. All right, well, good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. And are you guys adopting right now? Because I'd like to put myself up for adoption.
Okay, so we move on to item C, roll call, please.
Councilmember Charelian. Here. Councilmember Howorth.
Here.
Councilmember Lesser.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay.
Here.
Mayor Franklin.
Here. And we move on to item D, ceremonial calendar. Presentation of certificates of recognition to Gold Award recipients, Miranda Fernandez and Isabella Jacobson. If you can come on down, please. Hey, how you doing, Bella?
Good. How are you?
Good to see you.
You too.
You've been up here quite a few times. Hi, how are you doing? Thank you so much. Nice to meet you. All right, great. Well, tell us a little bit about what you've done to earn your Gold Award. And what is it?
Okay. So the Gold Award is the highest honor that a Girl Scout can receive. It's basically like getting, the Eagle Scout, I think, for Boy Scouts. And so for my project, I'm interested in pursuing chemistry and math, and when I go to university next year, because I'm going to be a rising senior. So I planned and organized a STEM career expo to inspire young girls who are come from minority backgrounds to help inspire them to go into STEM fields. So I reached out to 9 different, actually more than 9, a lot more than 9. Not all of them could make it, unfortunately, but I was able to get 9 panelists to come and provide information about what it's like for them to go into STEM. And so I had a civil engineer, several aerospace engineers, a chemistry professor, which is very inspirational for me. It was hosted at the Jocelyn Center, and we had a great turnout. So I really hope I was able to inspire so many young girls to pursue STEM like me.
Do you have any special people here to?
Oh, yes.
Acknowledge?
My mom and my dad are here, of course. Hi.
I'm going to go ahead and present you with your certificate of recognition.
Thank you.
And you also get the America 250 pin.
Nice. Thank you.
Still a teenager.
So Miranda.
Hi, my name's Miranda. I actually grew up in this area. I did, in fact, also go to American Martyrs. However, my STEM, it was convenient. Both our projects were based on STEM. It was like it was meant to happen. I crafted a 6-week STEM program for schools in Compton, underserved Catholic schools in Compton, because I have gone to Catholic school my whole life and was fortunate enough to be exposed to the STEM curriculum, all different things STEM. However, this school that I worked with didn't even have a sports program, had no science lab. They recently got a science lab, and it broke my heart to understand that they didn't. They've never taken science and math classes. So I decided to put a summer program that is repeatable for any grade every summer to implement. Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. How about any special people you brought?
I have 2 very special people, my mom and my dad, in the back corner right there.
So let me present to you So I'm proud to present to you your certificate of recognition to Miranda Fernandez. Great, for all your work. Thank you. And an America 250 pin. And then let's close in and we're going to have photos. And do your parents want to come down and take a photo? You can walk on down.
Councilmember Howorth, did you bring your sash?
Yeah.
I did not, because I wanted it to be about them. But I have a sash.
Of course. Yeah.
Hey, Brad.
Thank you very much.
Oh, wait, this way.
Oh. Congratulations, and thanks for all that good work. Yeah. Way to go. Aerospace, maybe?
Good job, Aaron. Great job.
So nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you. Thank you. Congratulations on raising such a fabulous girl.
Yeah.
So, moving along, we've got item number E, approval of the agenda and waiver of full reading of ordinances. So need a motion to accept or pulling anything or anything? None. So we have a motion to accept by Councilmember Howorth and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay. Call for the vote, please. Great. Thank you.
Motion passes 5-0.
And the next item are community announcements. These are of upcoming events for up to 1 minute.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and members of the City Council. Rachel Johnson, your police chief. I just wanted to invite the community to Coffee with a Cop, which is this Saturday. That's right, Saturday, from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. at Cafe Lux on Manhattan Avenue. So please join us this Saturday from 8 to 10 at Cafe Lux for Coffee with a Cop. Thank you.
Hello, Cassandra Sargent for the Manhattan Beach Library. So as you guys know, summer is winding down. We're ending our summer discovery program. We've handed out at least 600 or 700 of these maps. We've gotten hundreds of them back, so everyone's collecting prizes. They're getting free books. So we're starting with our wrap-up party, which is actually tomorrow from 3 to 4. We're gonna have ice cream. We're gonna have lawn games. We're gonna have friendship bracelets. It's the official end of the program is Sunday, so you can still come, start getting your redemptions in, and there's still time to read a handful of more books and earn more prizes by Sunday. So everyone is welcome to join us. Again, who doesn't want free ice cream? So tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Great, thank you. You had me at ice cream.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Janet Jones, and I'm the founder and director of the Single Mom Project. We provide $1,000 grants to low-income, hardworking mothers to help them get on steadier financial footing. I'm happy to say we just distributed $70,000 grants, bringing our total for our first 6 years to $200,000. Now I'm glad to say we will have a Single Mom Project Day on Tuesday, September 8th, in which our business community, stores, and restaurants are going to support the Single Mom Project. So we're asking all the community of the businesses in Manhattan Beach to join us. Mayor Franklin will be hosting this great day. And more importantly, or as importantly, I should say, we hope that the residents will come down and shop at the stores, eat at the restaurants on Tuesday, September 8th, to help communities that are only 10 or 12 minutes away from us, but are greatly in need of our $1,000 grants. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Janet.
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, city officials,
let's be honest, the backbone of Manhattan Beach over there. Coach Bobby, WM Organic and Recycling Outreach and Educator. I know it was a very busy weekend down here, but I just wanted to give you an update on Saturday. We had our second or third paper shred of the year, assisted over 117 Manhattan Beach residents safely in securing shredding their paperwork documents, and of course, recycling it. That's all I got. Wishing you guys a blessed evening.
Great. Thank you, Bob.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin, City Council, everybody in the chambers, and the hundreds of people on Zoom tonight. I'm Kelly Stroman, the Executive Director for Downtown Manhattan Beach, and I'm here tonight to announce our annual summer sidewalk sale. It starts this Friday and goes through Sunday. This is a chance for everybody to come down and shop and get fines up to 75%. And check out the 4 new businesses in downtown Manhattan Beach. That being Beyond Yoga on Manhattan Beach Boulevard, just down the block, Velvet by Graham and Spencer. Kind of across the street, kitty corner from them, is the long-awaited Great White Restaurant. And then the relocation is finally open of Gumtree on Highland Avenue. So come down, shop, eat, and have a little fun. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
No requests on Zoom.
Oh, okay, no, okay. Then do I have a slide? Yeah. So I also want to invite you to the next Coffee with the Mayor. Can't remember the dates that I committed to, but they're going to pop up here shortly.
That's why you put it on the agenda, huh?
There we go. Wow, where'd you get that picture? Look at that guy. So Coffee with the Mayor, so the next one is going to be at Thursday, August 13th at 9 a.m. at Coffee Bean in the Manhattan Village Mall. And then on August 27th, it's going to be at Verve Coffee in Metlocks, Thursday, August 27th at 9 a.m. So come down with your questions, thoughts, ideas, or you just want to shoot the breeze. Happy to do it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I have an announcement. It's not about an upcoming, but I would like to insert it here. So last Wednesday, Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay and I, as well as our city manager, actually City Treasurer Tim Lilligren, and Parks and Rec, where's Mark Lehman, and so many of 2 other Parks and Rec employees attended the LA County Lifeguard Medal of Valor Awards. And I wanted to bring it up because we take for granted that we're safe here in Manhattan Beach. The LA County Fire runs our lifeguard programs, and over the last several weekends, we've had incredible surf, which is really unsafe conditions for a lot of swimmers, and there's been so many rescues. And when we heard the stories, I mean, there was Lifetime Legacy Award winner John Stonier, who was part of the first Baywatch team, and at the age of 83 at his retirement, Golf Village saved the life in the ocean of somebody. Went out, 83 years old, put his golf club down, jumped out, swam out, dove in, dragged the guy back. And then you had lifeguard Sarah Foley and ocean lifeguard specialist Hogan Inscore and Sam O'Hare. I think it's really important that we thank those people and thank our county lifeguards when we see them, because we take it for granted, but we shouldn't. So they're heroes.
Anybody else?
I have one.
Yes.
Serving as a city council member and mayor of Manhattan Beach has been one of the great honors of my life, but tonight I announce I will not be a candidate on the November 3rd ballot for re-election. Following the conclusion of my term, I'm going to be tending to family matters and pursuing some other interests. What my decision means, though, by not filing by this Friday, is that the period for filing to run for city council will be extended to August 12th. That'll be next Wednesday. If any qualifying resident is interested in running, please contact the city clerk as soon as possible. The phone number, 310-802-5056. The information is also on the city website, and you can contact them by email. It's not a lot of time, but if anybody is interested, please contact the city clerk. There'll be time for reflection later. This is just a community announcement, but I'll simply say, serving our community has been an honor. It's been a privilege, and I'm really grateful for the support of the residents.
Great, thank you. Can anybody beat that? Any other?
And for my next act.
Okay, and online? No more?
No requests on Zoom.
Okay. So moving on to public comments. So these are 3 minutes per person. You can comment on anything that you'd like. If you want to comment on a specific item that's on the agenda later on this evening, then you can either talk about that right now, or you can wait until it is presented by council, but you can't do both. You can do one or the other. So on that, if anybody wants to come down for a public comment, that's a 3-minute limit.
Hello, City Council, Mayor. My name is Scott Yanofsky. I'm a resident in Manhattan Beach for 45 years. So I understand that we're having a problem with the budget this year. Not to get into specifics on the budget, but instead of having residents in Manhattan Beach pay the difference and make up the difference, do not increase the parking fees, do not increase the building fees, do not increase the planning fees, do not increase the park use fees. We should be looking at staff, cutting back on staff, maybe Public Works, reduce the amount of vehicles they have there and rent them when we need them, just like every contractor does in the South Bay. When they need a vehicle, they go rent it. Most important, do not touch the budget for Manhattan Beach Police and Manhattan Beach Fire. That is crucial. That is very important. I just had guests at my house for a week, and they were amazed how clean the city is, how safe it looks, and they were very happy to see what was going on down at the beach and how well organized it was. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, City staff. Good evening. My name is Don Ziss. I represent Manhattan Village Shopping Center. Recently, we had opened a new farmers market at the property to coincide on Thursday evenings along our summer concert series. We did it in between Next to Anthropology and Super Sports, and we've ran it now for 4 Thursdays, and it's gone over really well. Not only has it been well attended, but the tenants on the property also really enjoy it, even the grumpy one next door that complains about everything. We think we have something good. It gives people an opportunity to visit a farmer's market during the evening hours. And it also gives a way for us as a property to give an opportunity for small businesses that aren't usually able to come to the center to be able to operate. We recently learned through the planning department that farmers markets were not permitted in commercial zones. This was an oversight on our part, but we wish to rectify that. So for the future, we'd like to get in your minds of thinking about the process of being able to convert the municipal code to allow for farmers markets in commercial zones, and we'd like to start up that process. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. My name is Scott Sorensen. I live in the Sands section, and I wanted to just comment on the parking pads. It seems that the city is trying to solve a problem that does not exist, and the city's wasting money on parking studies when the population of Manhattan Beach has not changed in 60 years. The parking hasn't changed in 60 years. So when I go down my street, Alma, my street, other neighboring streets, the streets have potholes and cracks, and they're incredibly poorly maintained. I would just urge you to focus on the issues that really matter, and the parking pads are not one of them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you, anybody who wants to come down later can go ahead and already come down, and there's some chairs right down there you can sit in.
Hi, welcome. I've never been here before, but I'm happy to follow the gentleman that was just here. As far as the parking pads go, the public really needs to know the definition of a public parking pad. I recently had my car towed, and I was legally parked on a public parking pad, and I've had to seek out legal counsel, and my expenses now have exceeded over $1,000. I think it's really important that the legal parking pads be identified. I know someone had written a comment that they felt like that would make it more confusing, but I went to the parking division at City Hall and the police department, and I knew I was parking on a public parking pad. And I really didn't get, I'm not complaining, but I would have liked a little more help not knowing what to do. And I just think it's very important that these parking pads be identified. Oh, my name is Diane Ola, Dr. Diane Ola.
Hello, I'm Kathy Capoletti. I live in the Sand section on Vista Drive. I have for 25 years. Hello to everybody, community members and council members, commissioners, and mayor. I'm here to talk about the parking pads, no surprise, also known as people's front yards. I've submitted a couple of letters on the issue, with which hopefully you've had the opportunity to read. I have a copy if you haven't, and I'll leave it with you. And I apologize for reading, but I don't want to meander. So the car pads have served residents, guests, workers, visitors for decades. There's always been public access, and there's already signage around the neighborhood, along with information on the city's website explaining where parking is permitted. If the recent concern and what came out of that arose from confusion over whether somebody could park in a certain spot or not, that seems like an enforcement and education issue, not a reason to permanently paint people's front yards. Better training for police officers and community service officers, a simple parking guide, clearer information on the city's website could accomplish the same objective without changing the appearance of the neighborhood. I believe we're treating a symptom rather than the problem. The underlying problem being a parking shortage driven by increased traffic, tourism. The population may be the same, but there's a lot more congestion. It seems related to tourism, construction activity, larger households, more drivers, garages that are no longer being used for cars. Painting car pads doesn't create one new spot. It remains the same. It's just going to deface the community, which is beautiful. I also believe that the proposal to paint the pads places a disproportionate burden on one group of homeowners. Residents who chose not to enclose their car pads long ago are now being asked to accept painted markings in their front yards, while neighboring properties that enclose the same spaces are unaffected. Going forward, I hope the city will ensure that all residents are treated fairly and that no single group bears a disproportionate burden in this way. The Sand section, I believe, and I'm biased, is one of Manhattan Beach's signature neighborhoods. Before permanently changing its appearance, we should be confident that the change actually solves the problem it's intended to solve, and I'm not sure that's been demonstrated yet. I'm not a policymaker, but I do believe good public policy uses the least intrusive solution to achieve an objective. I also believe the council's responsibility is not only to manage parking, but to preserve the character of neighborhoods that make Manhattan Beach so special.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay.
A couple more seconds.
I respectfully ask that you set aside painting these car pads and continue exploring alternatives that address the real parking challenges from the sand section. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hi, Ray Joseph. If you look at Highland and Manhattan Avenue, east side of both streets, the properties are perpendicular to the street, which means either they currently have a garage there or they will eventually have a garage there as these properties get built out, which every time that happens, you take away parking. However, on the west side of the street, those typically do not have garages. Between Marine and Rosecrans, if you move the double yellow line 7 feet to the east, you could pick up 50, 60 parking spots just by moving a double yellow line to the east. So you can put the parking on the west side of the street where there are very few garages. But coming up with creative solutions like that, you can create more parking. So just a suggestion.
Thank you. Once again, if you're planning on speaking, feel free to come down at any time and sit down here.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. My name is Rick Smith. I've spoken before on this issue with the parking pads. I'm a 45-year resident of Manhattan Beach. My family and I have resided on 31st Street for the last 16 years. We have a parking pad fronting the north side of our the 31st Street that may be considered public under the proposed ordinance. It appears to me fundamentally unfair that my parking pad could be considered public, yet my neighbor's front yard is private. That said, I'm here tonight to really express my objections to the signage requirements in the ordinance. These signage requirements are not appropriate in our residential neighborhood, and the signage will be unsightly, detracting from the curb appeal of our homes. It will lead to more traffic on our already crowded streets from non-residents looking for parking. It's unnecessary as a general rule and will lead to less available parking when residents, like myself, choose to convert the parking pad to landscaping to avoid having our homes put public parking signs. I understand the impetus for this ordinance was that there have been disputes over whether certain parking pads fronting Alma were public or private. I note that that there are no disputes over the parking pads on our street for this last 16 years, at either in my experience or I think my neighbor's parking pads. And I think that we can deal with these possible disputes other than with signage. Residents and property owners can be notified of the status, public or private, of their parking pads. And presumably all city employees and people enforcing the parking ordinances can also have this information available to them. If there were to be repeated disputes as to parking pads, then maybe signage might be appropriate, but not as a general rule. Finally, I want to again emphasize that the signage requirements in the proposed ordinance will lead to less parking being available. And that doesn't benefit anyone in the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. My name is Kimberly Kelly, and I'm here to talk to you about parking pads. I'm here to address the critical safety and infrastructure crisis in the neighborhood. Our streets are only 20 feet wide. When you put parking on them, it reduces it to 14 feet, which is not enough for two-way traffic. As a result, if there is a fire truck that needs to come through on the cul-de-sacs, it has to back up. An ambulance, it has to back down our streets. That takes away critical time. If an ambulance is coming down and needs to back up, I need a place to pull over. Usually we pull over in the parking pads because those are the only available spaces left on our street. To take those away and have every single parking pad filled would only congest the streets even more. Additionally, I think this policy would hit the seniors and the oldest people hardest. If you look at the homes on the streets, the ones that currently have parking pads for the most part are our neighbors who have been there 25 years plus and are probably on fixed incomes and maybe don't have thousands of dollars to re-landscape and fence in those parking pads to make a yard. So should they be penalized now that they're going to now have a car parked 6 feet away from their bedroom window? That's going to devalue their property values. I really think this proposal is a Band-Aid. We've all been there for 30 years plus. We really haven't had parking issues. I think the bigger issue is what if we had to evacuate that part of town? There is absolutely no plan. Let's focus on our safety versus parking that we all have been dealing with for years.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lynette Prescott Marks. I've been a Manhattan Beach resident for over 42 years. I'm not going to repeat what a lot of people have been saying about parking pads, but I also have a parking pad in front of my home. I bought it for that reason, actually, and that was one of the primary reasons. We also have no driveway because our garage, the way it's configured, and it's also in the back of the house. The house behind us now has been rebuilt and extends quite a bit more to limit even us being able to park behind our garage. But again, I fall into that older person that has had this home forever. I've never extended the right-of-way in the front of the yard to landscape it, but now I also understand I cannot do that if I wanted to. Having, seriously will affect the value of my home. And I think that's for a resident who has lived in Manhattan Beach as long as I have, that's not appropriate. I also fall into the older category. My husband had to have 911 come a year and a half ago for a serious emergency and taken to a trauma hospital. So we also, our parking pads, our neighbors, we all coordinate them. We know if they don't park in front of my steps to get into my house. And we have an elderly person that lives next to us that has two caregivers that are constantly using the parking pad because there's no other place to park on our neighborhood. So our neighborhood works together. It has not been a parking issue. And it's very odd that this has become this type of a crazy, I don't know how else to say it, occurrence that we're talking about putting red marks in front of my home and not allowing me, if I wanted to enhance my park, that right-of-way space that others have, which seriously affects my value of my home. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ian. Hello. I have a duplex on 23rd and Crest. It was built in the 40s. I live in one, rent out the other, and we have a one-car garage. So my wife and I have two cars, the tenants have two cars, and we have a one-car garage. We have a parking pad. And if I lost the parking pad, it would pose a lot of challenges. I also have a gate that intersects the parking pad, so if a stranger parks in front of my gate, if I can't control who parks there, I can't access my front door. So that's all. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. My name is Catherine Yakel, and my neighbor and friend is
Dr. Diane Ola, who recently told you about the fact that her car was towed from a parking pad. I wanted to clarify what happened. We contacted Eric, the manager, the person that knows all about the parking pads, to make sure that this was considered a parking pad, which, as you would know, means it belongs to the city. It doesn't belong to the homeowner. So it is like parking on the street. This is city property. So she parked there. She went inside for a nap, came back out to take her dog to the dog park, and the car was gone. It had been towed away by someone who lived next door to where the parking pad was, called a private tow company. And they came down, hooked the car, and towed it to South Los Angeles, to the impound tow lot in South LA. But she didn't know that. She came out and the car was gone. So technically, on a public place, only the police are allowed to tow a vehicle. A private citizen cannot call for the removal of a vehicle that is on city property, and that's what happened. So it's very interesting. Thank you for everybody's comments. I have learned a lot, and I don't know what the sign should be like. I don't have an opinion on the painting or not, but I do know that harm was caused to my neighbor and my friend because her car, it's like having your car stolen. She didn't know where it was. She called the police. They had no record of it. Eventually, the thing came in. Now, how's she going to get to South LA to pick up her car from the impound lot? So I don't know if this has happened to anybody else, but this happened. So I feel like something maybe could be done. We've received postcards and letters. Dr. Ola is an 8-year resident. That's also what I wanted to say. It's not just visitors. People who live here use parking pads. Where we live, there are no garages available for us. So as residents of Manhattan Beach, we have to utilize a parking pad, or we have nothing. So that's something else too. But thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor Franklin, council members, the greatest speaker of all time, Councilmember Lesser. Seriously, I mean that. This is about the sand section parking. I do live in the sand section. You know, you try to solve a problem and you create a problem. So sometimes government gets in the way and thinks they're doing right, but they're doing wrong. And I just say that because imagine you bought your house and you decided you wanted to put a beautiful little yard in the front, and you get to keep that. But you put a parking space because you got 4 teenage kids in front, and the city takes it away from you. That's what this is really all about. I don't understand it. We all get along great in the sand section. We're all kumbaya, walking animals in the morning, talking to each other. Don't change it, you guys. It's perfect the way it is. I know this actually all started with 2 developments, one on Marine and Alma, the house that's now the tent, and the bank building at 29th and Alma. Those 2 people built, and when they submitted their plans to the city, they were told that they had to make their parking public. And that was the impetus of starting all of this, to take everybody else's parking from them. It's a good system we have. Don't change it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is John Chakowski. Thank you for letting us speak. I have a new subject. It's actually new tonight, but it's an old subject. I've been a resident here for about 50 years, so I've seen a lot. I love the town, wear the hat. I love what the town had, the community spirit, the small situation where it's a small town. It was very good, and I want to keep it. I want, as much as we can, have that in the future as well. We have a problem, and it has to do with that SB 9 and 1123 with the allowing of multiple units on a lot. It's been forced on us by California. People have put out the signs, no, stop the rise. Nobody in California legislature sees these signs. It's really like jousting at windmills. It's not doing anything, unfortunately. We need action by the city council. I know it's an uphill battle. I've gotten one reply from one of the council members, which I really appreciate, from my email that I sent to all of you. I think I will send it again. It has to do with how out in Altadena, Pasadena, they got huge numbers, hundreds of people come to the city council and they're trying to fight it. And one of the state legislatures is trying to pass a bill to have them have an exception for 5 years from what the developers are doing. They're up in arms. It was on the TV again tonight about how the developers are coming in. 50% of the house soils have been to developers, and they're getting up 4 units on a place, and they're crying over it, okay? They are looking for some help. I am looking for some help. All of the houses that have stopped the rise, all of those people want help. I was here last month, I apologize, saying a similar thing, describing the article about the situation. We need some help. We need some action. I was hoping that I would see it on the council agenda tonight. I didn't see it there. I'm hoping that you will put it on the agenda in your open, in your closed sessions. You dig deeper into that to see how our town can get with other towns and try to fight what California has forced down our throat. It's very sad. Everyone knows the problem. And then we also have the high rows and all the other things that are being done. We need some serious effort, investigation by our council, by our city staff. Please take action. And again, I appreciate the person that has replied. Plus, please, again, let's work toward that. It's a big uphill battle, but let's try and take it. Don't give up. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers for public comments? Okay, someone's pointing over here to where? Oh, no, sorry. No? Okay. Okay, seeing none in chambers, is there anybody online?
No requests on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll close public comments and we'll move on.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor, can I say something?
Oh, sure, yes, sorry, any of my colleagues.
I apologize. So this last weekend, we had a little small tournament called the Manhattan Beach Charlie Sakely Six-Man. It's been in town for over 50 years, and I've been to many of them in my time here in the city, watching and playing some years when I could get up a little bit. But this last weekend was just an incredible showing of commitment by our city staff. I won't name all the individual departments, but just public safety. The trash was picked up, the traffic was flowing, emergency services was prepared, and just wanted to give some kudos to great energy in the six-man. The competition was fantastic, and congratulations to all the winners in all the different categories. And just wanted to say shout out to Jay Sakely, as well as Mark Lehman and Archie Sherman. Incredible job.
And Councilmember, I hear that our mayor scored a point in one of the matches.
Scored a point?
I scored. I played and I scored a point. Yep.
Okay.
It's in the record books. Anybody else have a comment?
Mayor Franklin, I have a last-minute raised hand.
Oh, okay. So going back to Zoom.
Yes. I have James G. Murray.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying to turn on my video, but it's not working. I just have a few questions. Are there any council members in particular who are pushing for or behind this parking pad ordinance?
Well, sir, this is your opportunity to speak. We don't respond
Okay.
during public comment. So.
Okay, yeah, I know you don't respond, apparently. I suspect that none of the council members have a parking pad on their property. Is that a fair assumption? I'll assume that your silence is agreement. Does the council keep a log of any complaints concerning a lack of signage on parking pads? No answers. Has the city considered whether it's an unconstitutional taking to treat different neighbors on the same street differently with respect to the use of their property? Has the city budgeted for lawsuits concerning unconstitutional takings? Guess not. Thank you.
Well, sir, I encourage, if you want to write to any of the council members, our email addresses are on the website. So, anybody else?
No further requests.
Okay, so once again, oh, why not?
I have another one.
Okay.
Mayor Franklin. I have Iris and Jerry Leakey.
Hello, hi, Jerry Leakey here. We're relatively new. We purchased our house here in Manhattan Beach just in the last few years. We love living here. We're very excited to be a part of this community. We were just absolutely horrified when we found out that these parking pads were going to be marked up. And it was changing the status quo of what our property was basically going to look like. And I don't know, unfortunately, I'm not super informed on the legal side, but I feel like the city's obligation and the council's obligation is to the residents of this area. And for all of us on this street, this is going to be disastrous if they put all these signs up and mark up the whole street where we're at. So it's a very emotional for us, but it's also a financial hit for somebody like me that can barely afford to purchase a home in this area. I'm very excited to live here, and I think it's going to be detrimental to the cost and value of my home. So I would appreciate your support for the people that actually live here. So, but thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you.
Next, I have Alita Rethmeyer.
Hello, Council. Thank you so much for all that you've done, and especially David Lesser, who always listened to everybody. And I didn't feel that he was against seniors. I do feel that many of the council are. I think that we need to really look for a new council person to run that doesn't do in the residents who have made this city what it is. I moved here in '76, working 3 jobs to afford my home. Recently, my husband passed away, and this council voted to make widows pay extra for electricity and have a new account, which I think is criminal. You need to be for the people who have made this town what it is, who have worked so hard. So I'm telling everybody to please look for a candidate that is for the people, not for their public and personal benefit. We have council members who are consultants to other cities. They prey on the fact that what they've done and how much they've charged in taxes, which is awful. They should not be doing this. Thank you for your time and have a good evening. Alita Rethmeyer, Manhattan Beach, since 1976.
Thank you, Alita.
No further requests.
No further requests, okay. So I'm going to be closing public comments and moving on to H, which is to approve the consent calendar. So I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay and seconded by Councilmember Charelian. Call for the vote, please.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and we move on to the first item, item J, public hearings. So, seeing none, we move on to K, general business. Each speaker may speak for up to 2 minutes on each general business item. After the city council, after the presentation, after the city council asks questions.
All right, good evening, Mayor Franklin, Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay, and members of the City Council. My name is Libby Bretthauer, your Finance Director, and I look forward to once again discussing our business license modernization project with you tonight. So first, I just wanted to give a few quick thank yous to our team who we've been diligently working on this project for the last year, including Emmy Rose Hanna, our Financial Services Manager, Tony Page, our Revenue Services Supervisor, as well as a few who couldn't be here tonight, Josh Grady and John Albee. We've all worked really hard on this project, and we're hoping to bring it home tonight. I'd also like to thank some consultants we've been working with for several months, including HDL, who did the fiscal analysis that was presented in April and May, as well as our special counsel's office, Colantuno, Highsmith, and Watley. And tonight we have Michael Colantuno here in person tonight to help answer any questions. He is considered the expert in California on local taxes and fees. And on Zoom, we have, once again, Charles Heath from Team Civics, our ballot measure consultants. And I also wanted to give a quick and sincere thank you to our business community. I know we've spent a lot of time with our Chamber of Commerce and our Downtown Business Association the last several months. I've spent hours on the phone with Jill and Kelly, I feel like, discussing different options, different ways we can work together to find kind of a sweet spot model that would work well for the majority of businesses. And so for all of the businesses in town who've been on this journey with us for several months, thank you for your time and engagement on this. And for anyone just tuning in or here for the parking pads, welcome. And I hope you find this interesting as well. So tonight's agenda, I'll go through a brief timeline, again, for those maybe just tuning in, and a recap of the tax model 4 that was decided at the last meeting in July. We've also received additional feedback from the business community since then, so I hope to address some of those comments tonight. And then again, tonight is the last meeting that we could approve this before the county's deadline to make it on the November ballot. So if the resolutions are approved, we would also need direction tonight on the selection of a ballot letter designation. So again, just to quickly recap, tonight would be our 7th public meeting on this item. I won't read each one of these, but our first effort on this was to meet with the business community representatives from the Chamber and Downtown Business Association to, one, get their feedback and share with them some of our goals as staff, which we'll go through again tonight. Then in November, we met with our finance subcommittee. We've started talking to the council in March. In April, we had an open business community forum where we presented the tax study analysis and got feedback from the business community. In May, we spent a long time discussing that, and then again in July 21st, we spoke about it 2 weeks ago, and now here we are tonight to hopefully, again, bring this home. Sorry, we're getting some weird feedback from...
Sorry.
Okay. All right, so again, background. Why did we start off on this endeavor? Because it's been a challenge and an interesting project. So our business license code has been in place for about 50 years, and it's been largely unchanged since that time, with a few exceptions. One of the primary concerns that we were constantly hearing from the business community, especially smaller businesses, was that they felt it was unfair that due to the cap that we have in our code, that smaller businesses are paying a higher proportional share than larger businesses. And even with medium to large businesses, there are disparities where a $5 million business is currently paying the same tax as a $20 million business due to that maximum tax or cap that you'll hear us refer to. That was set decades ago. So the current tax structure is also very complex for new businesses and existing businesses to understand, as well as for staff to administer. So in past meetings, we've discussed at length the 9 different ways that businesses are currently taxed based on classifications. So one of our primary goals as staff in all of this was to simplify the tax structure to save time and money on us administering the tax. Additionally, I just wanted to point out that cities have been shifting to a gross receipts model more and more as a best practice because it is also a more modern, simpler, and more considered more resilient tax base for cities. So another reason we prioritized this tax code update was, again, because our current code was largely settled in about 50 years ago in the 70s, and it also doesn't account for new business types that we were seeing, such as Waymo coming into the city. So a simplified tax structure with broader categories would also address this, these new business types that our code from 50 years ago just could not even dream up. So from the very start, from those initial meetings, we've been sharing these 5 primary goals on our business license tax modernization plan, which were to simplify the code, clarify the code, modernize it, make it a more fair and equitable tax structure, and hold true that we would be maintaining the city's fiscal sustainability. So as we seek to balance the interests of the business community, and throughout this whole process, I feel like we have remained true to these 5 goals. Our staff has spent a considerable amount of time to administer, our staff currently spends a considerable amount of time administering an antiquated code. So achieving a more simplified code would be a huge win for us and totally worth the effort, even if the overall revenue impact is relatively small to the city. I've said multiple times that this has never been about generating revenue for the city, and I still will stand by that. Our initial goals have been to simplify, clarify, and modernize, and try to make things more fair and equitable, because again, that's really what started this. It was input from the business community and smaller businesses that they felt like the current tax code was unfair. So we went through many different models along the way in the last several meetings, and I won't be rehashing all of those tonight, so I'm just going to focus on what was decided on July 21st, which we had termed Model 4, a variable gross receipts structure. So, and a very simplified explanation of it would be there's a small flat tax rate on the first $100,000 in gross receipts. And then from there, a gross receipts rate would be applied to a business's gross receipts over $100,000. And again, we tried to simplify it down to 5 base categories, plus an exempt category that's unchanged. But really 5 more broad general categories that would capture any new businesses that are coming into the city. So the results of this would be, 1, it's easier for staff to administer. The lower flat rate would support small businesses and new businesses. There is an estimated slight increase in city revenues. And again, creating a more uniform gross receipts rate basis for business types would just simplify it for a lot of us. And the last bullet point there in orange states a lower gross receipts tax rate for the general retail category, which was what was decided at the last meeting, would help support local brick and mortar businesses that are also contributing to our city's tax base in other ways, such as sales tax or TOT. So that's one philosophy behind having a lower rate for the general retail category, because they are driving other revenue to the city through sales taxes and TOT taxes. So one thing I also wanted to point out, I think that we also had a discussion in the last meeting, some questions about profit margins of different business categories. So the variable gross receipts rate structure does seek to align the tax burden to each industry's ability to pay based on general information on profit margins. So in general, lower rates would apply for low margin categories like retail and wholesale. Higher rates would apply to high margin categories like professional services, which would be your attorneys, your financial services companies, et cetera, as well as rental income. So other considerations to the lower general retail rate would be that it supports these local brick and mortar businesses who are contributing to the city in other ways. And although many types of businesses in the fifth category of services are generally considered high margin, but we do understand that in Manhattan Beach, definitely high rent and leasing costs do eat into these margins. So we have had some questions about potentially looking at a lower rate for them as well. So that could be considered. Oops. So what was decided at the last meeting, this model for variable gross receipts rate? Again, those are the 5 main categories plus the exempt category. And what was decided was a $2.80 rate per $1,000. Again, that's over the first 100,000 in gross receipts. For most categories, but then the general retail category would receive a lower rate of $2 per 1,000. And once we landed on this in the last meeting, staff spent a lot of time with our special counsel's office to really try to clearly define each of these categories. One, to make the administration a lot easier, so that way there's not, to try to reduce any questions on which category a business would fall in, so that it's not something that's open to interpretation. So the next few slides help address these definitions that are included in the ordinance. So for contractors, these would be, persons like contractors, subcontractors, builders, including all of these special categories, electrical, general, HVAC, et cetera. The general retail definition does apply a little more broadly, but this would include retail sales, restaurants, wholesalers, manufacturing, service stations, grocery stores, convenience stores, and this category would also include hotels and short-term rentals. The professional category applies to services that often require a lot of training and special certifications or licenses, like doctors, lawyers, consulting firms, engineering. The research and development category would be included here. Financial advisory services. This category also includes real estate agents and brokers. So I just wanted to make one note on that as well, and wanted to emphasize that our current code includes the licensing of real estate brokers and agents. However, as we talked about at the last meeting, it's been a city council policy direction to staff to not enforce the licensing on real estate agents. So although we talked about it at the last meeting, I think that caused a little confusion in the community on whether we were trying to actively make a change to that tonight. And so I just want to address that up front, that staff is not asking for direction tonight to make any change to the code with respect to real estate agents or brokers, and also not asking for any direction tonight on the council policy as well. So I think we can, if directed, we could bring that back at a later meeting after fully researching and doing a lot more outreach to that community at the direction of council. So the next category is property rental, which would include commercial leasing, residential rental, and other office space rentals. So one note on the residential rentals, the city code currently only applies to 3 or more units. However, I think we mentioned, just brought it up at the last meeting as information that other cities do require licensing for single-family homes, duplexes, for homeowners who are renting out their units. So just wanted to comment on that because we have gotten some questions on that from the community as well. So currently the draft ordinance included tonight would continue applying the licensing requirement to only units of 3 or more. But that would be an option if the council directed us to do some more research and wanted us to bring that back, we certainly could. So last is the services and other definition. The services category applies to other services that don't normally require higher education or certifications or training. So this would include artists, advertising, health, not health, but I wanted to say like beauty salons, hairstylists, things like that, spas, dry cleaning. And then we'd also selected this as kind of the default category for any new businesses that might pop up over future years that don't really fit into one of the exact other categories, is we were going to apply them here. Just a note on the exempt definition that, again, we're not proposing any change to, but this would be applied to any organization that is legally exempt from paying, any charitable, nonprofit organizations, disabled persons, veterans, minors, etc. Okay, so getting back to Model 4 and the actual numbers. So based on what was decided at the last meeting, the estimated revenue impact to the city was going to be an increase of about $550,000. So that, after that direction, that is what we moved forward with to prepare the ordinance, prepare the draft ballot measure language that we have included on a later slide. That's where we ended up with at the last meeting. And this slide we also showed, which includes more of an analysis of the tax model. And you could see, starting at the left, the quantity of businesses. We've talked about many times how a higher quantity of businesses are falling in the lower gross receipts categories, because currently we have a lot of contractors and subcontractors in that range. And then it kind of goes up from there in terms of the gross receipts rates, but you could see the number of businesses in each of those ranges really drops down below to where the city really has a very few over the 25, 30, 40 million range, which becomes important to note as we're talking about the cap, the maximum tax, and looking at that, because again, the current tax code has a cap of about $12,000. So no one pays more than $12,000 currently, whether you make $5 million per year or $100 million per year. So again, trying to address the fairness and equity questions, we looked at a higher maximum tax and then settled on, in previous meetings, had settled on the $100,000 range. And what this model would have done is about 25% of businesses in the city would see an increase, and about over 70% were estimated to see a decrease. So a version with the community polling that was also done in the last few months polled very favorable, I think, because part of that ballot measure language included a statement that 70% of businesses would see a decrease. So I'm sure that was, that sounds really good. So I think that's part of why the polling was so favorable. So if we're looking at possibly deviating from the model that was polled on, we just want to be cautious that the further we deviate from that, then the less reliable those polling results will be. And again, if we want to go over some questions on that, Charles Heath from Team Civics is available on Zoom to answer questions. So a few other just points to mention and factors to consider that this slide is not in your packet, but the next few slides I'm going to show we were adding today. We'll make them available on the city website after this meeting. But we included to try to address some of the public comments because we have received several in the last 24 hours. So one thing to emphasize would be that, and it's written explicitly in a section of the proposed ordinance, that what voters are approving is the maximum tax that we could apply. The city council has the discretion to make policy decisions to have certain categories or business types to pay less. So that would be at your discretion. Now that would open the door, though, to groups constantly asking for special exemptions and carve-outs, but you do have that discretion to make certain policy decisions to charge less. Now, we would not be able to charge anyone $1 more than what was approved by voters without having voter approval. So we just wanted to make that very clear. One other thing to note, that the flat tax, the threshold of $100,000, and the maximum tax or cap are all subject to annual CPI increases, which is in our current code now. But the gross receipts rate, whatever voters approve there, we're locked in at. That we cannot change unless we do another ballot measure again. So we just want to make that clear if we wanted to entertain some other ideas. Because we've received several emails in the last day asking to consider a higher flat tax of $200, but a lower cap of $25,000 instead of $100,000. So we just wanted to address this because we've received so many emails and questions about this. So we wanted to show what that would do in the calculations. So hopefully it's big enough for everyone to read. But the main point to draw your attention to would be that the little chart at the bottom, the estimated decrease in city revenue of about $200,000. So by lowering the maximum tax to $25,000, the numbers just don't work out. We would have to either increase the minimum flat tax even more or increase the gross receipts rate even more. But what that would do is really impact the small and medium businesses, because if they were paying a higher gross receipts rate. So that's why we don't feel like this model is favorable. So I'll pause here and let everyone ponder for a moment. It is not. We added this slide today to try to address some of the public comments.
This is the one, sorry, that we got most emails on, right?
Yes.
That's the scenario. Okay. Flat tax.
Yeah, the emails were asking about raising the flat tax to $200 and reducing the maximum tax or cap to $25,000 instead of $100,000. And then you'll note the bullet point on the bottom left, that cap would really be affecting 38 businesses. So what this would do is 38 businesses in the city who are making the most gross receipts, instead of paying $100,000, would now pay $25,000.
But can I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Can we ask questions? Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I just, prior, the original model that we talked about, there were 12 businesses that would pay the $100,000. Is that correct? When I
Yes.
counted it. So now you're saying 38 would qualify for the 25K
Yes.
instead of 100. Okay.
Mhm.
I see, because those others got it. Okay.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know this brings us, it would decrease our revenue. Did you by any chance run at 50,000? I mean, keeping that 200 flat tax and then increasing the max to 50,000?
So as I recall, that did not pencil out
out
either.
either.
So that's why, if maybe I can continue another slide, we did look at some other options, because other comments we received outside of requesting this scenario were asking us to look at the gross receipts rate. So we've been still getting a lot of questions on that about how, what the gross receipts rates are. So let me show this now new alternative Model 4 that again was not in the packet, but we'll add it later. So this scenario would again increase the flat tax to $200, cap the largest businesses at $75,000, which would affect those top 12, as you just mentioned. But then the gross receipts rate of $2 per thousand would remain for the general retail category, which is our biggest category in terms of their gross receipts. But then we also received some questions on services who are also like brick and mortar businesses who are contributing to our local business environment. So this model does include them at a lower $2 per thousand rate. And then knowing that we don't want to leave out everyone else, we did decrease the gross receipts rate for the other three categories of commercial property, professionals, and residential, the property, commercial property and professionals and contractors. So those three categories would be reduced to $2.60 per thousand. So which would help out many of those businesses who are also kind of the small and medium sized as well. So what this scenario would do, if you look at the bottom chart again, the estimated increase in city revenue would be about $400,000. But what it does change is that calculation on the number of businesses that increase versus the number of businesses that decrease. So I can pause here, but
Your Honor, can I ask a question?
so we're happy to answer questions here, and then we have another slide on what this would do, what this would possibly do to the ballot measure language, but we have a solution for that too, if you want to go there.
Sure. Go ahead,
Thank you.
Councilmember Shirley.
Thank you, Mayor. Just following up on what my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay, asked earlier about the 50,000. There's not a sheet for the 50,000 with the $200 flat tax and the gross receipts rate lowered to 0.26.
I don't think we have that included, but we could try to pull that up in just a moment if you'd like.
Yeah, and again, just listening to you speak, I know we, did the survey and the numbers that came back were roughly like around 75%. Just, and I know you said it a few times, but just to make it clear, like very bottom line is saying the percentage of businesses that would increase or decrease now is misaligned with, is that correct?
Yeah, well, it definitely changes the calculations from where we started because of looking at the top left of the chart, the very high number, the volume of small and very small businesses, including a lot of those are subcontractors paying about $150 currently. So that's really what kind of changes that equation.
Thank you, and I just wanted to emphasize that because that seems to be like that message needs to get across because that's not
so
came
I guess
back.
While the team, do you have an answer now? Okay.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor Franklin and City Council members. Emmy Rose Hanna, Financial Services Manager, and thank you for the question. So looking at this exact model that you see here, but modifying a $75,000 cap to $50,000 cap, setting the flat tax at $200 and setting the gross receipts rate for general retail and service at the $2 per thousand in gross receipts and all other categories at the $2.60 per thousand in gross receipt rate. The projected revenue increase would be about 83,000. So it'd be it would be borderline where there's a margin of error where it could be a decrease in business license tax revenue for the city. And in past meetings, our tax consultants advised steering clear from a zero neutral because that could reverse.
Could you just repeat those numbers again?
Absolutely. So in this exact model that you see on the screen, but the only change would be adjusting the cap from 75,000 down to 50,000. It would result in $83,000 in increased city revenue.
It's not enough.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other follow-up?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay.
Amy Rose, thank you so much. Do we have a number of what we would need to get in the net positive side that would make us comfortable? Like, I know that at 83,000, there is a margin of error that could dip us below. What's the minimum number that we could conceivably set as a target and then work back out of that to see what's the minimum amount that we can, set the upper limits for the taxes?
Sure, we kind of kicked around those same questions today again after many, many times. But personally, I would feel comfortable in the 350,000 to 400 range. One other idea we talked about today, we briefly talked about a phased-in approach, but there is some complexity to that. What I don't think we really talked about was maybe just phasing in the cap increase, because I do understand it's quite a jolt to the larger businesses, or maybe aren't expecting this. So maybe that's one option, that maybe in year one, it's a lower anticipated revenue, but then the next year, maybe it goes up from 50,000 to 75,000 in 2 years or something. So that might be one option to kind of phase in that cap increase. Because again, right now we're talking about the top 12 businesses in the city.
So as I understand it, if we set for the ballot purposes of the ballot measure, if we set it at, say, $75,000 max, but as a policy council, we could go back and say, okay, figure out what the lowest number you could set it at where we feel comfortable that we wouldn't get into negative territory. So that's something that we can conceivably do?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, is
Yes,
it okay? Just
Councilmember.
dialogue, it's
Yep.
important. So it wouldn't necessarily be like in $25,000 increments, because I feel like we're kind of stuck in that. So what my colleague was saying is, like, if you were to find that number, maybe it's 65,000 or 60, whatever the number, that would make the comfort level of finance of getting north of 300 or around 300 to, so, okay.
But with a max of 75, like nothing higher than that, so we have that max.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
I have one.
Yes, Councilmember Lesser.
So Libby, I just want to confirm, with regard to the alternative tax model 4 with a $75,000 cap that's on display, has there been feedback from any of the business organizations as to whether they support this alternative model?
Well, I've talked to our chamber president, and this morning talked to our Downtown Business Professional Association. So I haven't, I don't want to speak for them. They're here tonight, so I would prefer, I guess, that they share their own thoughts rather than me try to paraphrase what they told me on a one-on-one basis. But I believe there might be support for this. I would hope.
Okay. I want to better understand how this aligns with the proposed language of the ballot measure, and I'm getting ahead of your presentation, I recognize.
Well, let's go there. So
Let's get off this.
So this slide includes what's in your packet, which included that language of lowering taxes for approximately 73% of businesses, applying rates up to 0.28% on the gross receipts, generating approximately $550,000 annually. So that was what was included in the packet. So in the last week, after starting to hear feedback, knowing that we weren't quite there yet, and we're still trying to find this sweet spot. So we did reach out to Team Civics, our ballot measure consultant, Charles, who's on the line, and he was able to draft this alternative ballot measure language if we wanted to pursue. So rather than giving a specific percentage, which again is very high because of the large quantity of contractors and subcontractors, so more general language would be that it lowers taxes for many small businesses, which is still an accurate statement in that alternative model. We're still applying rates up to 0.28%, or if we were going to pursue that top rate of 0.26, that would be changed, and then generating whatever dollar amount. So whatever we ended up going with in the final numbers, we would update those last fields there in orange and that is what will be presented on the ballot in November.
I was going to save this question for later, but I'll ask it now. There has been a discussion, it was presented by one of the speakers earlier, that the city's doing this to raise money to offset other expenses in the city. How would staff address that?
Well, if we were doing it to raise money, then there were a lot higher rates and things we could have done. So again, I would just point back to the history of all of the public meetings we've had where we've stayed true to those 5 goals that were staff's goals been trying to simplify and clarify and modernize the code. We're doing this to work with the business community and many small businesses who for years have shared that they felt like it was unfair, that they're paying a higher rate than larger businesses because of that cap. That was why for a brief time there, we considered Model 3, which had a uniform gross receipts rate, which would make it, apply it the same to everyone because we were trying to make it more fair and equitable. That's always been one of the primary goals. And lastly, I think for staff, we're just trying to be revenue neutral at this point, and this has never been about raising money for the city. We are trying to address many other issues of this outdated, antiquated code that's been on the books.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask?
Yes, Councilmember Howorth.
Thank you. And I mean, I know we're looking at this particular language right now, but I think I'd like to ask this question now about, you mentioned that there's some things we could do via policy to clean up in the old policy. Could you give an example? And have we done, because I know back in, did we first start talking about this in May? I mean,
March.
to council, March.
Oh.
Yeah, it came first to March, then May. Okay, so what, did we make any policy changes already?
No.
I didn't think so. And what would be the changes that would be recommended via policy that we could make?
Well, at this time, staff's not proposing any policy
Okay.
changes.
But those are the kinds of things where we could say, this is a new category, or in order to modernize. I know there were things that...
Yeah, I think I'll call in our special counsel who flew down here to maybe address that question.
Okay.
There are 3 ways to change your tax. One is to adopt administrative regulations or practices which vary what you've done in the past, and that requires no action by the council or the voters, provided that we're not raising anybody's taxes, and we're not coloring outside the lines in terms of what your ordinances say. The second way that you can make changes is for the council to act by ordinance to change those things which don't raise anybody's taxes. The last category is a change which conceivably raises anybody's tax by a penny, and if you do that, you need voter approval. So the ordinance in front of you is designed to do the thing that only voters can do, which is change. You have a 1950s era. Yes, I know you adopted it in the 70s, but I've seen them dated earlier. I call them the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker taxes, because they really do go business by business and come up with a formula for that business that makes sense for that business and makes no sense in this day of data centers and AI and everything else. So your ordinance is pretty cumbersome, and you put an awful lot of staff effort into administering it and explaining it, and get relatively little out for all of the effort that you're putting in. So the goal is to adopt a more rational, simpler, easier to explain system that is also flexible enough that you won't be here in 10 years saying, we didn't anticipate this change in the economy and our ordinance isn't a fit anymore. So that's the objective. Okay. To answer a question that I think Councilman Charelian asked earlier, you can always do less than the voters authorize you to do. So you might, between now and Election Day, adopt an ordinance that would be triggered by approval of this ordinance to say, here's what we're going to do for this fiscal year if this passes. In each future fiscal year, with your budget, you could make such changes. So you can tell the voters in advance if you feel the need to, and you can do it annually if you need to. The point I'm making is that we got to get this done tonight, but we don't have to make it perfect tonight. We just have to know that you're comfortable with the ceiling tonight, because you never have to hit the ceiling if you, as a legislative body, don't want to.
And any changes we make in that ordinance that require a 4/5 vote from council? Because, maybe that's for our city attorney.
You're not proposing a tax, so it wouldn't trigger that. It's not an urgency ordinance, so it wouldn't trigger that. You're not a county amending your budget, so I'm running out of 4/5 rules in my head. Okay. So I don't think so.
Thank you.
What you would want to do is anything that lowers your receipts should have an expiration date so that it expires by its own terms unless you renew it. Because if you adopt it and it's permanent, the next time you raise it back, you need voter approval.
Thank you.
And to follow up on that, Mr. Mayor, before you.
Yes.
So what you're saying is if we wanted to phase in, like we raised the cap, if we voted, I have no idea what we're going to do to 75, we could do that in increments.
You can.
Over time.
You can.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so my question, if I could, is so CPI, these are all governed by CPI, they automatically
Except
increase.
those things that are expressed as a percentage of something else. So the gross receipts percentage cannot be adjusted for inflation because logically it doesn't need to because it's a percentage of a base that self-inflates. Gross receipts will grow as the dollar weakens. So your percentage of gross receipts does not need to change in order for your revenues to rise with inflation.
Okay, and then maybe you might be needed to answer this question. We got a letter from a resident, let me just get to that, about this kind of method being used in other cities. Yes, and so it said, of all 88 cities within Los Angeles County, only 7 use gross receipts for their business license tax?
I have not done that tally, but I would find that hard to believe.
Okay.
Gross receipts has been a standard measure of business taxes since World War II, and it's becoming more common than the butcher, baker, candlestick maker approach because we don't make things much anymore. We provide services to one another instead.
Right, okay. Thank you.
We think that email might have been specific to the taxation of residential property landlords.
Okay.
And in that context, it could well be true.
Okay, and we are going to tax.
You presently do, and this proposal is not to change that. Not to reach the 0, 1, and 2 units, but not to exempt the 3+ units.
Okay, and they allege that we're the most expensive. Our proposed is the most expensive, like more than double of Beverly Hills, LA City, Santa Monica.
For any particular category or in general?
For the
for the rentals?
Yeah, for the rentals.
That could be.
Okay.
Many ordinances don't tax rentals. Yours does and has, and staff is not proposing to change that.
Okay, if we could see that maybe later, I mean, not today, but if you could answer these, because we usually have those kind of comparisons with other cities, and we didn't have that with these proposed.
Yeah, our initial presentations really focused on commercial properties, so we definitely did those comparisons. One thing I wanted to note that wasn't mentioned yet in this conversation was that our current tax structure charges on a per unit basis. So that is why it would be changing from that basis to the gross receipts basis. So I think that's what the letter is getting to there.
Okay, and one other question is, we got a lot of emails with the same suggested recommended formula. So where would it fit? Unfortunately, I didn't have the slides to see where it might fit with the recommended caps and everything. So they were saying that Model 4 should have a flat tax of $200 for businesses with gross receipts of $100,000. And Model 4 should have a cap of $25,000 for businesses with gross receipts over $12.5 million, representing double what they currently pay.
Yes,
So where would that fit, you think?
That would be this slide we spoke about a few minutes ago. So the cap of reducing the cap down to $25,000 really just is too low in the model, and it would result in a negative estimated city revenue impact. So that's why we kind of moved on from that suggestion, but again, trying to find some sweet spot here still, which we've been trying to for months. And that's where we landed with this alternative tax model 4 of still trying to bring that cap down a little. Because again, we understand it's a big jump for the businesses in that range from the $12,000 current cap going up beyond that. Some of those our highest gross receipt base, our highest receiving businesses would be paying double or more than double tax. So we understand that's a big impact. So that's why we're looking at bringing down the maximum tax to possibly $75,000 or $50,000 was asked about. But so maybe that's, I guess that's where we're at now. So do we want to continue talking about this potential alternative model of the $2 per thousand rate for general retail and services, looking at either the $2.80 for 1,000 or even lowering it to $2.60 cents per thousand for the other categories, for the contractors, professionals, and property rentals, which, to refresh everyone's memory, that revenue impact would be $83,000. So if you want, we can keep discussing these numbers to try to find that sweet spot of comfort level. Or I could proceed on with the rest of my slides and ask further questions there.
Okay. Did you want to wait?
I'll wait for the rest of the slides then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, let's move through those
So proceed.
then.
Yeah.
So a couple other special considerations that we wanted to note that are included in the ordinance. One would be pass-through revenue. The ordinance, we just wanted to emphasize that the ordinance does not recognize pass-through revenue as part of gross receipts. So this includes, and it does include a revised definition of gross receipts that excludes monies received in or placed in a segregated account or escrow for the benefit of a third party and not subject to the tax party's control. The ordinance also includes, the one exemption that it does include is a continuation of the exemption for public utilities to pay only the flat tax and not pay the gross receipts basis if there is a franchise agreement in place where franchise fees are paid to the city. So that language is in our current code. We are recommending that we continue that. And then we wanted to note, I guess back to the topic of potential council policies that could be considered in the future. Due to all the questions we've been receiving from the real estate community, we wanted to again emphasize that tonight we're not proposing any changes to the code tonight with respect to real estate agents or brokers. However, again, we've been operating under this council policy from years ago to not enforce it on agents. But one potential option, if we wanted to continue to research it and bring it back for a later date, would be to consider an exemption that would allow brokers to deduct commissions paid to their agents from their gross receipts calculation to try to address that concept of double taxation that people perceive. So we could evaluate that and then also evaluate whether to consider the current practice on applying it to all agents and brokers. So again, I feel like if we're going to consider those, we want to do more research, we need a little more time, and then obviously we would need to do a lot more outreach to that part of the business community. So and lastly, commercial property, we wanted to, due to some other questions we received too, so sometimes a very similar entity might own a retail business as well as the property, but for various reasons have different entity names. So, but where one, like the retail business is paying rent to the commercial property, but often the ownership might be similar or the same. So that would be another possible exemption that we could look at bringing back, where if the landlord and tenant prove that they're the same owner entity, then possibly we would not require business licenses for both, whereas currently we've been operating as your two separate business entity names, you're paying separate taxes otherwise, so the city is also requiring two tax payments there. So that could be considered in the future. So fiscal impacts, just wanted to note, the slide included in the packet has just that first bullet point of possibly the revenue of the $550,000. If you're going to look at that alternative tax model 4, then that revenue number would be updated to wherever we fall. Lastly, we also received a question on how much we have invested in this. So we just wanted to be transparent about that In February, with our mid-year budget update, the council directed about $200,000 for all of the related costs for the tax study, the consulting, the polling, and the legal services. To date, we've spent, or through the end of June, we spent about $113,000, but we know more invoices would definitely be coming for July and August. So we have invested quite a bit in this. And if the direction is given tonight, the one-time election cost to place the ballot measure on the November ballot is estimated about $17,000. So just the last couple slides here. If we proceed with the ballot measure, the LA County Registrar Recorder requires the inclusion of arguments and rebuttal forms for all ballot measures. So under California law, the City Council may authorize up to 5 council members to file arguments for or against the measure. So we are seeking direction if any council members would like to file a form in accordance with these rules. And then lastly, we would also need to decide on a ballot letter designation. The county requires this for all ballot measures. So we can, on the form that we have to submit to the county, we select 3 preferred options and then 3 options that we do not want. So staff has come up with a few options here tonight to consider. There's, very simple BL business license, BLS, business license simplification. We could include the word modernize. We could BLT, business license tax, business tax modernization. So whatever we think would, give voters an understanding of what the measure is all about. And then the wording after the ballot measure designation would be used in our educational materials that would be sent out to voters. So our recommendation would be that if you're ready to move forward, we would adopt resolution number 2687 for the ballot measure submission, which this would require a 4/5 vote from the City Council because, as it was mentioned, it would be a tax increase. We would recommend approving the amended resolution, which includes Exhibit A, the ordinance and ballot language. The reason that word amended was added in red is because it was sent out today, and copies have been included outside for the public as well as for the City Council. We did realize that one clause was omitted from the ordinance draft that went out last week, which is something we discussed at previous meetings, and that's the elimination of that sales tax credit, which currently applies for commercial properties. So an errata sheet was sent out to include that deletion of the current code. And then the second bullet point, we would recommend adoption of resolution 2688 for filing of the rebuttal arguments. And then City Council would need to weigh in on authorizing council members to file arguments for the measure and selecting the ballot measure designations. And if we're moving forward, then additional outreach would be sent out to businesses and residents via mailers, email, and website updates. And the website address is on the screen for anyone who wants to learn more. So that concludes my presentation. We are here to answer any questions.
Yes, can we ask a question and go for a break?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, so are you still want to speak?
Oh, no, that was
No,
not
okay.
out.
So
Wait.
Councilmember Lesser.
So I have a question for you, Libby, and then for Mr. Collins. Council members also received a letter on behalf of the California Grocers Association, and they proposed an alternative that has been adopted in San Francisco, their gross receipts tax credit. I'm sorry, if you covered it, can you clarify what the proposed tax would be for grocers, particularly because a big part of what grocery sells is food, and the tax treatment on food is different from non-food items in grocery stores?
Just 1 second here to pull up
Sure.
the letter you're referencing, please.
I didn't mean it as a trick question, honest.
We've received a lot of materials to look through. So I think your first question was about the quantity of their sales that's non-taxable, right? And then, so if the question there is whether that should be included in the gross receipts that is
I
reported.
want to better understand the tax as it applies to grocery stores, and then what the proposal is, and then I have a second question, Mr. Collins.
Effectively, what San Francisco does is it reduces the tax rate to 0.5%, lower than the rates for other lines of business for groceries. Whether it's a business's only groceries or a business's groceries and other things, the portion of their gross receipts that's attributed to groceries is taxed only at 0.5%.
And taxation on food items per se versus non-food?
We never tax tangibles. We tax business activity without respect to the kinds of tangibles they're involved with. So groceries would be treated as general retail and pay the lower rate.
Larger, separate question for you has to do with cities when they want to bring certain businesses into their communities, whether it's an auto dealership, a big revenue generator, maybe an electronics store of a certain kind that we all can envision. What tools do cities have when they have a tax formula like that's set out as we do and as we're proposing to adopt to address the fact that we don't want to remove the incentives when many other cities are offering different types of incentives for some of these large revenue generators to come into their communities?
Fewer than there used to be. Redevelopment is gone. There's a number of statutes which regulate the practice of remitting a portion of sales taxes back to the large sales tax generators. And there are particular statutes saying you can't compete for auto dealers. You can try to use your business license tax in that way. You could do it, not necessarily tonight, by an ordinance that would come in lower than the ceiling you're asking the voters to set for certain kinds of businesses that meet certain kinds of criteria. The thing I'll tell you, though, is this is a really small lever to move the kinds of economic activity you're trying to move. This is not a large tax. It doesn't bite deeply for, I'm not saying it's unimportant. I'm not saying these people aren't here for a reason. I'm just saying if you're trying to move a multi-million-dollar capital investment into your community, a $12,000 lever is not going to do it.
What about threats of leaving?
There are threats and then there are actions, and we hear threats whenever we talk about policy changes, and we sometimes see actions whether we talk about policy changes or not. But yes, there are retention efforts that are made that can involve adjusting tax rates for a time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure who can answer this question, but in some of my discussions with business owners, they've asked if there is a way that we can consider offsets, like a deduction. I know that we've talked about deduction for brokers, payments to realtors. Are those types of measures employed in other cities? Can we use that as a way to really stabilize and maintain our efforts and really just modernizing and not, just really not making it revenue positive?
Credits against other economic activity can be risky. And the reason for that is, let's take a credit that's been discussed. What if we credit people for their sales tax generation? That's risky, and the reason that's risky is that sales taxes are based on the point of sale. The point of sale is where the white-collar work associated with the transaction happens. And so you only get sales tax when people close their deals in Manhattan Beach. But everybody who does business here, whether they do it from a front office elsewhere or a front office here, pays a business license tax. If you give a credit to sales tax generators, you're giving an incentive for people to move their front office into the city, and that would likely be found to violate the Dormant Commerce Clause. San Francisco and LA have very complicated business tax regimes with payroll taxes and gross receipts taxes and employee head cap taxes and et cetera. And San Francisco has been sued and lost, even though they have a really fine legal services department there, because their credits were found to improperly try to attract economic activity into the city in the wrong way. There are the right ways and the wrong ways. So one way to think about this is not credits, but who are we taxing? Which businesses types, which kinds of economic activity do we think we should be taxing because they have the ability to pay and they have a demand for services and it's otherwise fair in our view. You should not think about who to tax because they don't have an address in your city. That would get you in trouble really quickly. And the largest class of businesses that do business here, I think, that don't have addresses in your city are contractors, and most of them pass through the tax to their customers who do live in your city. So it's kind of illusory anyway.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break. And ask for your indulgence. When we come back, there's going to be any last-minute questions by council, of staff, and then it's going to be public comment. Okay?
Thank you.
So it's going to be about 10 minutes, 8:05.
I know, it's
Which is
like
real estate
everyone's
agent.
very talking.
Ah, you know. All right, folks. All right, folks. Okay. We are back in session and,
One moment.
oh, I'm sorry.
Pegasus, we're ready to go live.
Okay, welcome back. At this point, we're going to just see if the council has any more questions for staff. And we have Councilmember Charelian.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Before I ask my question, again, I've said this before, but I just wanted to thank staff, finance staff, for the extraordinary efforts you've put into this business license tax modernization over the past 6 months. This has been a complex and challenging topic, and I appreciate your professionalism and thoughtful work in navigating through it.
Thank you.
With that said, is Charles Heath on?
Yes,
on the line?
actually.
I guess my question is, I think it was slide 17. It was one of the newer slides. It's not in our deck.
New 17.
New 17 and 17. And yeah, so this is the one that I think we've all gotten emails on, which is the $200, $2 and was it $2 gross receipt rate or?
So the email that we've received many times is that they were addressing the flat tax, increasing that to $200, and addressing the cap by lowering that to $25,000. But I don't recall seeing any mention of playing with the gross receipts rate.
Got you. So I guess I just wanted to ask our consultant, Charles Heath, and I know he gave us another ballot, some more ballot language that could kind of be a little bit more broad, but is this 47% net percentage of businesses a decrease? I don't know the percentage from the 75 that we polled. Is this still work for you? I know the ballot language states it a little more broadly, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. As I look back at our polling, right, we saw support ranging between 60% and 68% for sort of the concept of the prior Model 3 that we were asked to survey on, and that level of support I think is based on sort of three concepts that resonated really positively with Manhattan Beach voters. The average member of the public, they can't parse specific rates, minimum rates, maximum rates, right? They just don't have context to do so. So they're responding more conceptually to, how do these policy changes impact the business community and, make sure they're paying their fair share for roads and services that they utilize. So one thing that I think the voters said that they understood and valued was that, we have an outdated, overly complex ordinance that's hard to enforce and hard to comply with, right? I think all the options that we're looking with here accomplish that. So we've checked that box. There was a clear understanding that the current model has some inequities built into it, right? Small businesses are taxed on a higher percentage of their revenues than larger businesses. That's unfair. They want to see that fixed. The tool to do that is by adjusting the cap. And then there was the idea that 75% of smaller businesses would experience a decrease, and that obviously correlates with the larger businesses pay more. In our polling, we tested that specific 75% number. I've felt all along that if we were in that range, a majority or a strong majority of small businesses experiencing that kind of decrease, we're still, living up to the concept that was tested in our polling. I think as it becomes more of a 50-50 split, it's hard to argue that we're still, proposing the same general concept that we tested in our polling. I can't put numbers to that for you because we didn't specifically test it, but I just know that as we get closer to this 50-50 split of decrease versus increase, I think we're losing some of the that sort of fix to the equity problem that voters were responding to. And I appreciate the difficult situation of trying to balance the voters' priorities with the business community's priorities. That's why these policy decisions are difficult. you know, I think given that we were in a pretty strong position in our polling, even if we were able to say many, if not most small businesses experience relief, we will still likely see support levels similar to what we saw in our polling.
Thank you, Charles.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a follow-up question?
Yep.
So is there anything you're hearing in some of these new models, Charles, that gives you pause as to how they might be perceived by voters? I mean, I recognize we're going to have the ballot language that some will read, but not everyone will read. But I'm just wondering if you have any concerns based on these different models.
You know, I think that the piece to really pay close attention to is, you know, as the maximum creeps lower, we start to lose the argument that we are, you know, fixing a fundamental inequity, right? So I think there's kind of a threshold there we want to try to maintain, or else just the fundamental concept of this proposed changes. That, and then I think that percentage split between those experiencing a decrease versus an increase is important too. And the more we can keep that in the majority plus category, experiencing a decrease, again, I think those are kind of the key variables I would focus on to stay true to the big picture concepts that voters seem to value.
Thank you.
So Charles, I have a question. I think when we reviewed this the last meeting, and I just want to verify my chicken scratch that I wrote down. There was 459 people who took the survey, right, that you polled?
That was the sample size, you're correct.
Yeah, okay. And I think I asked how many of those were business owners in Manhattan Beach. And I have down that there was 24.
I don't have that specific breakdown in front of me, but I do recall that from the last meeting. Yep.
Okay. And then you said that what that did is, I don't know, you know, how you look at the numbers, but you said something to the fact that it brought the anticipated approval rate from 15, it lost 3 points, from 59% to 56%. And
I think our other consultant, Tim McClarney from True North Research, had those details, and he's not on the Zoom meeting with us tonight.
Okay.
So I don't know if Charles has that information, but.
Okay.
I have the top line polling results in front of me, but I don't have those specific breakdowns. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think that the key takeaway is that a relatively small portion of the electorate is also business owners in Manhattan Beach. So, you know, business owners specifically don't make a big difference in the overall support levels.
Right.
Obviously, they can influence that.
Okay. Got it. Well, thank you. Fellow council members, anything else? Okay, it's time for us to open up public comments. So again, you were, at this point, you're limited to 2 minutes. Because it's a general, let me just verify that. General business, limited to 2 minutes, and if you spoke before about this issue, you cannot speak this time. You know, the opening public comments.
Mayor Franklin and Council, I strongly oppose, Michael Zislis, downtown business owner, many businesses. I strongly oppose parts of Model 4. I feel we should not lower the entry level of a business license from $313 to $100 or $200, because that makes up about 85% of the revenue. I don't know. The idea here was to help the brick and mortar businesses in the downtown, and I don't know why we're giving a discount to 4,600 people that are not in our community. That's my first thought. Also, I know this was done with pollsters saying, you know, lowering taxes by 75%, it'll pass. I don't want you to put anything on our ballot that is trickery. I want you to put something on there that's righteous, that says this is supported by the Downtown Business Association, this is supported by a Chamber of Commerce, this modernization, but not this smoke and mirrors stuff. Real quick, my personal, you know, the taxes on a $10 million business would go from $12,000 to $20,000. And I say that because that would be the highest taxes. Hermosa Beach, for a $10 million business, $9,500. Redondo, $6,500. Torrance, $2,500. El Segundo, $3,000. Culver City, $7,500. We are by far the highest taxed, non-business friendly city in the world at this point if you were to pass this. I also feel raising the cap from $12,000 to $100,000 is absolutely crazy, and it'll get rid of it'll make our businesses move to the competing cities that are more friendly. So in closing, don't move forward with this ballot measure until you have a majority of the businesses and the support to measure this on the ballot. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
2 minutes is fast.
Hello, Mayor Franklin, City Council members, thank you very much. Brad Sperber with Manhattan Beach Toyota. I was first introduced to this whole entire business tax increase last week, Thursday evening, in fact. Had never heard of it and was completely shocked and surprised. At the same time, I love this city. I live here. I work here. I've been here for decades now. And I said, hey, I don't have a problem throwing another couple $1,000s. Little did I know it's going to go to $100,000. I did not believe that. I had a hard time believing that it would go 830 times what it currently is. Friday morning, very first thing, I didn't sleep. I went right to work. I started looking at the previous agendas and kind of shocked on how I was there. Started looking at the ballot language, the language that would be used on the ballot to increase parks, to make it more fair, more equitable, to provide services like 911. And I remember seeing the exact same ballot language not too long ago when we increased sales tax. It's the exact same language. A couple things that have me bothered. First of all, it's the 11th hour, maybe it's the 12th hour on this whole entire agenda. You're going to vote tonight to put it on the ballots for November. As we had the city up here presenting multiple different scenarios, I was kind of shocked that we don't even have an idea of what we're really going to be voting on. But as it was said earlier, we could go ahead and vote today and change the language tomorrow. As long as we vote today, it'll be on there in November. I don't think that's the way to do business. I think the right thing is to have a solidified plan of what you're going to do. If you're going to increase taxes, I know Manhattan Beach has one of the highest taxes for business licenses, but if you're going to increase it, obviously put a lot more thought into it instead of let's vote something today, because if it's not done today, then we can't get it on there by November. A couple other things, I threw my numbers into ChatGPT, taking my business and exactly what it would do. Obviously, I'm going to be at the absolute cap. In ChatGPT, my business alone will be the 11th highest, or this city will be the 11th highest in the state. I threw it in Google AI, where we stand. It'll be the 13th highest business tax in the state for business licenses. All right, and thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. David Kissinger on behalf of the South Bay Association of Realtors. It's good to see you are. There are a number of realtors and brokers in the room here tonight to be a part of this conversation. Thank you for having it. I wanted to specifically address the matter of licensed real estate agents and brokers. It has been our position that brokers are taxable entities as a business unit. Real estate agents are not and should be eliminated entirely from consideration. In 2010, the City Council at the time chose not to regulate real estate agents, and that has been carried forward. I believe that was mentioned in the PowerPoint presentation tonight. What is different now as compared to 2010 is a state law. It's AB 5. It was enacted in 2019. AB 5, among several other things, specifically excludes real estate agents from consideration as independent contractors for a number of purposes, including, in our view, for the purpose of business license taxation. So that is the state law, and it did give some regulatory clarity for us in the organized real estate space. What that means is that to tax real estate agents is out of compliance with state law. So what we would ask is that, again, respectfully, we do appreciate that it does say no additional regulation. I'm paraphrasing in that PowerPoint. The language, though, is in the resolution, and it is in the draft ordinance. It's on page 7, bottom of the page, first bullet point, where it basically identifies real estate agents as taxable entities. We would ask you to remove that before putting this before the voters, or do not put this to the voters. There is time. The city is not having a net new increase. $500,000 is not a material number for a city with a $160 million budget, and $116 million budget. So there is time to make this work and make this doable and make it fit for all the business communities. Thank you all very much for your time.
Good evening, Council. Joseph Ramos for the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. We strongly urge you to vote no on this proposed gross receipts tax, or at least exempt residential housing from it and retain the current flat business license fee for housing providers. This ordinance treats rental housing like any other business, but housing is significantly different. Rental housing providers are providing needed affordable housing for the working families who keep Manhattan Beach running. The use of gross receipts does not recognize the numerous and substantial costs that must be incurred by multifamily property owners to provide housing. It does not take into account skyrocketing insurance premiums, mortgage payments, property taxes, utilities, maintenance, repairs, or other costs. As such, it would disproportionately harm small, independent housing providers. Also, staff misrepresented the costs will go down for rental property owners, when in fact for residential housing, this proposal more than double the current business license fee. Under the current $20 per unit flat fee, a typical 10-unit building pays about $200 per year. Under this proposal, that same multifamily property owner would pay $487 annually or more. Further, rental housing providers are customers of other local businesses. They hire plumbers, electricians, roofers, landscapers, accountants, attorneys, engineers, architects, and advertisers. Also, they purchase materials and other goods from local retailers. When you drive rental housing providers out of business, you hurt many other businesses in Manhattan Beach as well. There's a very good reason that less than a handful of cities use gross receipts for business license, and most of those specifically exempt rental housing. Without rental housing, Manhattan Beach will be unable to house its working families. For other businesses, they will simply relocate to a neighboring city that does not have such an excessive tax formula. We urge you to reject the gross receipts business license tax, or at least specifically exempt residential housing from it. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Jim Burton, resident business owner. I want to echo a couple things that have been said, but for the flat tax, I think your flat tax needs to be a lot higher than it is right now. You're at 313, and to lower it to 100 is ludicrous in my mind. I've got multiple business licenses in the South Bay, and in every single one of them, I think I was talking to Libby, but I think Torrance has charged me, I said a couple hundred last time, it's 1,300. It's a flat tax, there's no gross receipts. Everybody else up on the hill, 400, 500. Lawndale might be 149 or something. But in the business license, the flat tax, I think if that's 85% of the revenue that's coming in, increase the flat tax. The other thing I want to bring up again is the True North survey that was done. In that, it said 75%, but it said local businesses. Right? And that means something different. Councilwoman Howorth and I had a conversation after the meeting last. That means something, local businesses. You've got 2,500 contractors. I'm not saying charge people different, but in that percentage, in your optics, it means something when you say local businesses. You're going to ask the residents and business community here in Manhattan Beach to vote on something specifically for Manhattan Beach. If brick and mortar folks, if whatever that percentage is of local businesses, take that out, or at least look at the numbers and see what it is. And then the argument, the fairness argument, we're all talking about fairness, and somehow we're kicking the can down the road with real estate agents. I don't want to see anybody tax anything as far as or the lower the better. But I don't think you continue to kick the can down the road. If something was done in 2010, either keep it going or get it off the plate, but deal with it as part of this, because you're asking a lot of people and the top 1 or 2% to pay more, whatever the cap is going to be, but we're not dealing with something that's already in the existing code. And then one final thing is, I've heard it said a couple times tonight, it's only affecting 1 or 2%. It's only these number of businesses that have this higher thing. It's no big deal. Just because it's only 1 or 2 doesn't mean it's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else coming out? And please also come on down so you can be waiting for your turn, whoever wants to speak. We can line you up.
Hello. I know most of you. So I'm a businessman in here. I've been here since 1978. Makes me almost a local. I think the use of gross receipts is unfair. I mean, I get taxed on income. Okay, we've all gone to accept income. What's with the gross receipts deal? You don't earn that money, but you're being taxed on it. What about a developer that sells a house for $7 million? Gross receipts. Doesn't mean he's making $7 million. Now, you know, in Culver City and Beverly Hills, they've got a sales tax now on houses and apartments, and that has stopped development to a certain extent. We're all aware of that, correct? You just nod if you understand what I'm saying, okay? I think the real estate agents thing has been handled. You know, real estate agents, and I think you might know Mayor Franklin about this, but the office gets $100 in, they pay $90 to the agent, so I don't know how you can tax the broker $100 for $100 and then the agent for $90. Am I making any sense? I think the other points I want to make have been made, so I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tamara Suminski, and I serve as the 2026 president of the California Association of Realtors. We represent nearly 200,000 realtors statewide, but I am also a broker owner here in the South Bay. I want to thank you for your efforts. I know you've been working hard to modernize the business license tax structure. We appreciate the goal of creating a simpler and more equitable system. However, I do respectfully ask that the council preserves the city's longstanding exemption for the licensed real estate salespersons. We know that in 2010, the council chose not to impose the business license tax on the real estate salespersons, and it was stated earlier that staff is not looking for direction or policy changes, yet it has also been stated that the draft ballot language, the resolution specifically includes licensed real estate salespersons as taxable businesses. And I think these two positions are very inconsistent and create confusion. We respectfully ask that they be reconciled before the measure moves forward. I do want to commend the previous speaker about the housing providers also. I think it's important that we recognize that the cost for housing providers is increasingly significant, which does not help affordability for rentals or homeownership. But I want to mention also that the brokerages already pay business license taxes. We absorb the costs of operating the brokerage on behalf of each licensed salesperson. Taxing each licensed salesperson will as well effectively create this second layer taxation on the same real estate business. Our request is simple. Preserve the exemption, remove it from the language. The California Association of Realtors has consistently opposed unfair taxes that disproportionately impact realtors, real estate, and homeownership. We hope to resolve this collaboratively. If not, if the language is not corrected, we would be prepared to oppose this measure. Thank you very much.
Who's that?
Mayor Franklin, members of council, Richard Montgomery, 38-year resident, local business owner. One of the few people in the room that can say they've had a business license here for 25 years. But I'm with the small business owners that want to say, let's make a reduction and pay less than $300. Marina, others want to lower it. You can lower it without doing a ballot measure. The law allows you to lower, just can't increase. Keep everything else the same, move forward. I heard Libby say it's not about the money. If that's true, keep it the way it is, lower the business license for those small business owners. That's all I need to do. Thank you all.
Hi, Ray Joseph. When you're talking about taxing the different brokerages, there are brokerages that have 100 agents and there's brokerages that have one agent. And so when you have those caps, you're hurting the small brokerages because you're spreading that across very few people that are bringing in the revenue. So their caps they're paying a much higher percentage than the bigger brokerages where they have a cap. The other thing is when you start talking about rental properties, you ever watch somebody buy a rental property? There's cash flow break even and then after-tax cash flow break even, which means they're not making any money. These things are not generating a ton of revenue. If they've owned them for 20 years, yeah, they're creating revenue, but then that's the person's retirement that you're taxing. So you got to be careful on how you do this stuff, because going after rental properties is a very, very difficult thing, because these guys are paying a fortune in taxes, they're paying a fortune in maintenance fees and all this stuff for these properties. And the mom and pop owners typically are not renting their places at market rents because they like the tenants. They're keeping the rents low. Oh, they've been great. They've been forever. I sold a place in Formosa, 2-bedroom place, panoramic ocean views. The tenant was paying $1,700 a month in a couple blocks from the beach. She had been there for 20 years. The owners liked her. So, but you start taxing stuff like that, they can't afford to keep the rents lower. So be careful on this stuff.
Thank you. Amen. Yeah, yeah. The next one's a red card.
Oh. Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and Council. My name is Gary Richardson, and I'm a small real estate business owner in Manhattan Beach. I appreciate the city's efforts in the modernization of this new business license tax proposal. Making things fair to everybody is always a good step. I want to talk about real estate agents because that's who I am. Real estate agents are more than salespeople. We're small business owners, entrepreneurs, marketers, and community ambassadors. Each and every day, we help families make one of the largest financial decisions in their lives while investing our own time and resources in promoting Manhattan Beach. We market a home. We also market our city. Our advertising reaches buyers throughout California and across the United States and around the world. Those buyers don't just purchase homes. They support our local businesses and retail stores and so on. A healthy real estate market creates economic activities that benefit the entire community. We are also contributors in many ways that cannot be measured. We sponsor youth sports, we support local schools and charitable organizations. We volunteer at community events, invest thousands of dollars each year in local marketing, neighborhoods, and promoting Manhattan Beach. We help maintain a strong property values in which supports the city's property tax and services residents depend on. I would like you to not move forward on this tax. I think it needs more time to get our community, our business community in play to hear our side of the story. Thank you very much.
Anybody else in council chambers? Seeing none, how about online?
Yes, first I
Oh,
have.
I'm sorry, we got one. Anybody else, you can come on down and be ready to speak.
Robert Schuman, brokered real estate west since 1979. Under the term or the category of professionals, we have realtors listed there and real estate agents. And we're certainly proud to be called professionals. However, one of the unique things about real estate agents is their compensation. And their compensation standard is for performance, not for time, not for effort. No other professional category is compensated in that manner. The level of risk involved is exponentially higher. I would ask you to take that into consideration along with the lack of conformity with AB 5, the state law, that doesn't seem to be in conformance with what you're proposing as agents being independent contractors. I think that's an important point, and as a result of that, I would request the council remove the resolution language that identifies real estate agents as subject to business tax. Thank you very much. I appreciate your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Schulman.
Okay, just very quickly. Maureen McBride, I own Tabula Rasa Essentials. Been in the town for 26 years. I'm also a 28-year resident. And all I really want to say about this is we've been talking about this for 20 years or more. I mean, I look at Steve because it started way, way, way back when we were all really young. And, you know, we're still young, but not as young. But we, you know, the whole effort in this all along has been to just create some level of parity between your smaller businesses and the big guns in town. And the smaller businesses, whether it's below 3 million or, you know, 1 million or 5 million, we have disproportionately been paying a higher rate, a percentage than some of the bigger guys. And so we just have been looking for parity in this forever. And that's really what our biggest concern, my biggest concern is as a business owner and for my fellow small independent businesses. The effort to raise the baseline, whether it decreases to $100 or it stays at $313, that's not an issue for me. Keep it at $313. Raise it to $350. You know, it's like that baseline is fine. It's the other components where there needs to be some fairness. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Maureen.
Hi, my name is John Altamira, local resident. Lived here so long I can't even remember how long. Actually, 1966 is when I moved here. I love this town. I think this is a special place to live. And what I'm here to ask you is, the city has not grown population-wise. We pretty much have the same population that we've had here for at least the last 20, 30 years. Why do we need to raise more money? How about looking to see where you can cut services? Or, I don't want anyone to lose a job. That's the last thing I want to happen. But do we have a redundancy in city employees? Our staff, our city's the same size, but our staff has grown. I mean, I looked and saw, I looked online to see how much a lot of the staff make. Not jealous of anyone making money. Exclude the police chief, exclude the fire chief. We need a good fire department, good police department, and we have that. But I looked online and certain staff members are making, or city employees are making $10,000 a month without benefits. When you add the benefits in, it goes up to $12,000, $13,000 a month. Do we have redundancy there? Is there places where the city can cut as opposed to increase? That's all I want to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, well, we got it.
Oh, Peter.
Just a few couple of comments. I agree with Richard. You should maybe run for council or something. But anyway, I really appreciate that you took this to task at the last council meeting to help the retail businesses. As I am a retail business, Maureen and several others here are. it's very important that we have some type of equity with the big guys or parity between the big guys and the small guys. Myself being a small business person, the amount of tax that we're being taxed on, the gross revenues, it's ludicrous. I mean, we just had a 0.5% increase on sales tax, which generated in excess of $5.5 million to the city. And here we are taxing again. And the retail businesses are not doing well. I don't know if you noticed, but several retail businesses have gone out of business or have moved from Manhattan Beach. So, as Richard stated, this can be done without going to a vote. And I would appreciate you considering, because I know that the spirit of the discussion last week was to help the retail businesses. But I think you can do that without putting it up to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Frogger, leap up, come down. Okay, online?
Yes, I have Tim James.
Council members, Tim James, California Grocers Association. We fully understand both their need and desire to revisit the business tax license. We also understand it's difficult to find a balanced policy. However, we are concerned with the impacts to grocery stores who would be facing a tax increase or seeing an increase in food prices. We are also concerned with the lack of direct outreach to grocers who only learned of this tax recently. A gross receipts tax is the most damaging form of taxation for grocery stores. Grocery is a high-volume, low-profit business model. Every dollar of sales is only a penny or two of profit. Other retail types operate on a 2x to 10x higher profit margin. For grocers, there is no margin to dip into, only bringing in additional income, which means increased prices. At an average of $25 million in sales at a single store location, grocers would likely pay $37,700 more in taxes instead of a more reasonable $7,700 increase at the level below. It would take over $3 million in new grocery sales to cover the larger increase. Other California jurisdictions with the gross receipts tax have provided relief directly to grocery stores to maintain their sustainability and encourage future investment. San Francisco, as discussed earlier, has passed a tax credit for full-service grocers to account for their community importance and business model. Additionally, the CPI increase means a limitless tax, and it makes it difficult to account for increases over time. We are requesting a limitation on CPI increases on an annual or multi-year basis to ensure predictability. We respectfully ask you to direct staff to discuss with full-service grocers a tax credit and CPI increase controls, and we hope these discussions begin quickly and the changes are implemented quickly as well. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Next, I have Tony DeRico.
Excuse me, I'm trying to unmute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Tony.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Esteemed council and Mayor Franklin, I have a couple of comments to make, and I want to first say to Councilmember Lesser, I wish you well in your next endeavors. With respect to this business license tax, 10 years ago, I had a great conversation with former finance director and then later city manager Bruce Moe, who shared with me how he felt personally that the business tax was unfair and it needed to be adjusted. And so I appreciate the efforts that all of you are taking right now to make the adjustments. To one, take complexity and make it simple. And number two, to make unfair fair. Fair to me means if you do business in this city, you pay. Everybody, whatever that means. So I would wish you would take a look at that, and what you can do legally, you should do. Secondly, I don't think the objective was to really put a burden, and a painful burden in my mind, on the big guys so much. I think they need to pay more, okay? But going from $12,000 to $100,000, if you were running that business, you'd have your head wrapped around a pillow. we need to not do that to people, but we need to make it fair. So I would only ask you, as you take the next steps, make the plan fair, equal for everyone. And I would also say Zislis, Sperber, Maureen from Tabula Rasa, you're 100% right. Thank you.
Great, thank you, sir.
No further requests.
Okay, one last chance for in-council chambers. All right, I'm going to close public comments, and I am going to I'm going to take mayoral prerogative here and go first. So I'll state it up front, I am a no vote for this proposal. It's too rushed, it increases taxes too much and unfairly, and there's not enough detail. Just 24 months ago, Manhattan Beach taxpayers passed 2 general fund tax increase measures. In late 2023, we asked taxpayers to pay increased storm drain maintenance fees, which hadn't been changed in over 3 decades. This raised $2.2 million per year, covering an annual general fund deficit to maintain the storm drain system. And in November 2024, we passed Measure MMB. That stands for Make Manhattan Better, a 0.5% increase in sales taxes, estimated to bring in around $5 million. It has actually proven to raise $6.6 million per year. Combined, that's an average of an additional $8.8 million per year that wasn't in our general fund a mere 24 months ago. In both of these instances, taxpayer approval was made possible with adequate planning over 24 months, a clear discussion of the benefits to the taxpayers, and faced little to no opposition. Even still, the winning margin was very close, with the storm drain passing with a 52% majority, and it needed just a simple majority to win. And the Measure MMB increase in sales taxes, it passed by a 57% majority. Frankly, I don't see these type of results with the business license tax proposal here. The True North survey polled 459 likely voters, but only 24 of them owned local businesses. However, their votes dropped the expected outcome 3 percentage points from 59% to 56%. And this is with a margin of error of plus or minus 4.5%. This makes this next vote a virtual draw. At its core, in the Model 4 version, the city would be taking an additional $550,000 or more annually from our 5,000 plus business owners without giving them or our residents any significant increase in services. There's likely to be more opposition to this business license tax measure, as taxpayers and business owners will be and already are asking, when is enough enough? I have no issue with changing the current tax structure to make it more fair to the majority of our smaller businesses. As long as there is no net increase to the total business licenses taxes of $5.7 million that we collect now. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay.
Thank you. I don't have a prepared statement because I was really interested in hearing what all of you had to say and reach my decision today based on that, right? So I've really appreciated the process. It's been months in the making. And I just want to remind people that we started this process not through the city, not through council, not through staff's recommendation, but through our businesses, especially our small businesses. So this isn't an effort. So, you know, I appreciate that you're pointing out the tax aspects of it, but I really want us to focus on the fact that our businesses have asked for parity, for some equity in the way that they're being treated, and that's the impetus for this endeavor. Now, I know it's complicated, and that's probably why it's taken us 50 years, and the can keeps getting kicked down the road, and the can keeps getting kicked down the road, and I've come into this process thinking, okay, what is it that we want to achieve? It's definitely not raising taxes on our businesses. I'm a former business owner, so that's not something that I'm interested in doing. But I also understand that when I started this process, I was looking at the numbers and I thought, oh, the big guys, they can pay for it. They can cover that. And then I learned, and I am evolving, and I've learned that, oh, profit margins matter, this business matter, these different types of business models matter. I think sitting in the seat, we have to figure out, like, what is our objective? Do we want to make it easier? Do we want to streamline the process? And that's what I was hoping that we could do, but I am hearing from all of you today that it is a complicated process, and that's why it's taken so long to deal with this. Maureen's brought out, she was 20 years old when this process started, so we are, it's taking a long time, and I appreciate that it's because it's so complicated, and we want to take and make it fair for everybody, and we want to make it so that our businesses, big and small, do stay in the community. So I appreciate, the amount of work that our staff has had to do, because we thought we had a solution that worked, and then we heard from more businesses, and then we realized, wow, we didn't consider this aspect of it. And so they ran back and they crunched numbers some more. And so and we've really given them instructions on helping our businesses. This is not taxing our businesses, but in order to formulate a solution, it does impact taxes. And anytime you raise, as we've been told by our consultant, even a penny, we have to go to the voters. The question is, are we at the point where we can do that? I don't know. And one of the things I'd like to ask our consultants is, if we do not proceed at this point, what does it look like if we want to revisit this issue at a later point? That's a question for
anybody?
Bueller? For whoever
I
can.
guess I'll take the first crack at it, but I think the tax analysis that was done by HDL earlier in the year, that was first presented in April and May, that was based on data from the 2025 licensing year. So if we don't proceed now, then I feel like those numbers are really outdated, and we would have to redo the tax study one, which would then also probably trigger like redoing the polling and redoing Charles's time. So, I think the legal counsel probably would be lesser, since we're covering a lot of those questions now. But I think that the tax study, the ballot, the polling, thank you, and the ballot measure consultant, those costs we would all have to go through again if we were trying to address this in, say, 2028.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Howorth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have less of a prepared statement than the Vice or Mayor Pro Tem.
I actually have two versions. So.
Oh, well, give me one. Wow. All right. I guess, type A, good for you. Okay, sorry. All kidding aside, because but for the same reason, this has been an iterative process for me. I have, when staff first presented, and we, looked at it and listened, and I heard what they were trying to do, because I have been speaking to the small businesses like the Maureen. Sorry to pick on you, but Chris or Tony. Hi, Tony. Since 2011, when David and I were first elected, back when we were much younger, anyway. And the issue was equity. It was always equity. It started back in October. It wasn't about we need more money because we have, we're doing more things. We're not spending our money well. I will, die on a sword for that. But that is the truth. And when we talk about equity, and I know some of you in this room know exactly what we mean, but I really want to explain it for those who don't know what we're talking about. A business owner who has gross receipts of $4.5 million is paying a $12,156, business license fee every year. A business owner who makes $100 million is paying $12,156,000 a year. And so for that $100 million gross receipts, that's 0.01%. And for the $4.5 million gross receipt business owner, that's 0.27%. And that's what has been something that we've wanted to solve for a long time, and we've been hearing that we want to solve. As was mentioned, anytime we want to lower something, we can do that. So maybe we talk about that in the future, about lowering some of those rates for some of those businesses. I think what we've learned through this process is how complicated it is and how many things that can be considered. It's great that our friends, the realtors, some of my best friends are realtors, showed up, and not just showed up, but told us, hey, this is kind of what you're not considering, right? The whole notion that is it AB5, that there, that has implications that we didn't consider. And I was actually very interested to hear from the person, I think it was from the Apartment Owners Association. And I got really concerned because changing the tax rates on those folks, people who own those, small, right now they're small, maybe 4-unit buildings, maybe there's a 10-unit over, a couple properties, and they're going to have to raise rents, right? And here we are trying to have more below market rents so that we, don't have to maybe, we want more affordable housing, let me say it that way. So that was, I think, an eye-opener for me. And, the Grocery Store Association person who called in, that the food is actually costing them higher or more money, and then they pass that on to us, and now, their profit margins are so low, and now we're going to tax them more. So there's so many considerations into this. And so I'm with the mayor, I'm with the vice mayor. However, I also want us to be, to mention that whether we study this more, whether we lower things, we have to keep in mind everything that was said to us by apartment building owners, by realtors. I know that when that came up the last time, a lot of the small businesses and, were saying, you got to collect on those realtors. I mean, that was really the impetus. And I think we've learned that that's not as simple as it sounds either. So that's where that came from. And I don't blame them because they didn't understand either because they're not realtors. So we're all learning here together. But I do have to say, I mean, my head hurts right now because my colleague, I'm going to call you out, if I may, Councilmember Charelian, former Finance Director Charelian, and I spent hours and hours and hours together, both talking to the Downtown Business Association, talking to the Chamber, talking to individuals ourselves, and then talking to each other and really workshopping all these possibilities. And I really am grateful for that partnership. And then to staff who every single time I said, well, what if we do this at 2% and we do this at $325 and then we do this, and they kept coming back and giving us the models. There was so much work going on this morning, this afternoon, and so, and I think the business community can see that. I hope you can, that, our staff was looking at the numbers that our consultants provided in terms of, well, this is what other places do, or you could do this, and they question that. Well, does that mean that's the best for us? We had a discussion today about, gross receipts, and how maybe we could look at this differently or whatnot. So we cannot go forward with this. We just can't. I would be in favor of looking for ways to try to make it good for those smaller businesses. I really would. And I want us to better understand what our realtor community is telling us, just, and be able to explain that to people. So, people don't blame the real, because there was a little bit of that going on. So those are my comments. Thank you for listening. And I hope you felt that we were listening, because I learned a lot.
Okay, Councilmember Charelian.
Thank you, Mayor. Mine will be much shorter than my colleagues. Nothing against Amy.
Sure.
Once again, just finance. Want to thank finance staff for just putting forth the effort to just have you lift this through the last 6 months and get it to where it is that we can make a decision. And I want to also compliment public outreach. I heard about 11 people come up and speak in opposition, and then I see another at least 15 in the crowd, and that tells you public outreach works, and our process works because you're here and you're letting us know how you feel, part of engaging with your council members. I do support the goal of creating a fairer and more modern system, but I don't believe we're ready to place this measure on the November ballot. This is an important policy that really deserves a longer runway. And I'm going to pick on Maureen too. I'm getting on the bandwagon, and there's a band. You're spot on. And we did start this 20 years ago when you were 20. I think Peter Kim was 20 as well.
He's never been 20.
But, we need parity. We need equity for, between the small, medium, and large businesses. But we're just not there yet. And, that's all I got.
Okay, Councilmember Lesser.
I mentioned at the last meeting where we discussed this, that there's a reason why this tax has not been revisited in 50 years. Everyone who's watching, everyone who's here is seeing it in real time. Inevitably, some will become winners and some will be losers. Some will do better, some will do worse. I would observe that there's a difference between polling and actually finding supporters. Has anyone spoken in favor of this tonight? And that's a challenge, because the whole reason why the council has been looking at this, gave direction to staff to spend the money. It's considerable sum and time of our staff was devoted to this initiative to address concerns that we've heard for decades, as was mentioned. Small businesses pay a larger percentage than larger for our taxes, for our business taxes. And some could dicker with what equity means in this context. But the effort has been to try and find something that was perceived as more fair. We also have a very complex system which is outdated. It needs to be simplified. But how do we go about it? This is the challenge. We've tried to follow state law, which limits our choices. I mean, there's been some great suggestions, but not all of them can be done as a matter of law. So I'm not sure exactly how to do this, but maybe you might want to put on the spot our esteemed council, who, by the way, is truly one of the most revered tax council in the state. But no doubt you have been to other sessions like this, and if you would care to opine, I'm just curious, what would you suggest for a city like ours going forward, where clearly the council is not prepared to move forward with this measure after spending all this time? What balance have you seen successful, to the extent you're willing to anecdotally provide some information beyond your subject matter expertise, where polling might suggest there's favorability, but you hear from the businesses they're not in favor of it? Is there a better approach that the city should be thinking about moving forward?
What you're asking is, how do you make good politics and good policy at the same time? And that's always a challenge. And how complicated problems are often solved. It's not the only way they're solved, and it doesn't always work.
But how complicated problems are often solved is you solve them in a way that in the short run has no losers, other than maybe the institution itself in the short run. And when you get a system of taxation in place that is more sensible and will grow from there in a sensible direction, you make the change gradually and therefore don't create the friction point at which all of the anxiety is produced and you get this.
Any process that you've seen to pursue that aim, to pursue that end?
To give you a concrete example, you could take the ordinance in front of you, lower the cap and the percentage to get to a place where you're very neatly break even, and combine it with the policy changes that particular constituencies are asking for. That package would mollify every major stakeholder we've heard tonight, would reduce your revenue to some extent, and then you would grow with the inflation factors over time into a tax structure that reflects the economy you have today and tomorrow, not the economy you had 50 years ago.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem Tornay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to share my observation about this process and how it's been a lengthy process. Staff has given a tremendous amount of time, so has our finance subcommittee, so thank you to my colleagues for doing that. But I urge all of you to continue to stay engaged and give us your input, because this is, I know that it's been an evolving process, and some of you got the notices or the information later on, but now you have the information. We want your input. We want your guidance so that our staff, so we're not scrambling they're not scrambling last minute because we weren't up late working. I'm sure they were trying to prepare for today. But to continue to stay engaged so that this doesn't take another 20 year and Maureen's 50 by then, you know, so before we can come up with a solution. Because I do feel that we're walking down the right path. We're working in the right direction, and we need your continued engagement so that we can actually, at some point, cross the finish line. So thank you to all of you for being in here and everyone who's worked on this and engaged in the process with us. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Charelian.
Sorry, Mayor, just a second bite at the apple, but it'll be quick. Mike, can you have a quick second? So if we were to look at our business license kind of tax schedule, the current one that's outdated, and we were to work with it and not so much lower it, but not increase it, does that need to go to a vote? Or if we lowered it by 1 cent, and just look at it, maybe potentially modernizing it without going to a ballot measure?
You can change the distribution of burden across the economy, business types, without voter approval, provided that nobody pays more. So what that means is you're giving discounts differentially in order to create a different distribution of burden.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, so what are we looking for here?
If there's anything we're looking for closing the issue.
Yeah.
I mean, it's done.
So I do have a follow-up question, and that would be, a tax measure must be on the ballot of what type of election? When is the next opportunity if there was still a desire to proceed in the way that you suggested?
A general tax that requires 50% voter approval must be on the ballot when city council seats are scheduled to be contested, unless the council declares unanimously by those who choose to be present when the unanimity is achieved, to declare an emergency justifying an exception. And there's no legal definition of emergency, really. It really amounts to what 5 of you could achieve consensus on.
So in the ordinary course of things, it would be another 2 years.
That's right.
Thank you.
If it were proposed by initiative, there could be an exception to that. If there were a unanimous vote, there could be an exception to that.
Thank you.
And I have a question.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Councilmember Howorth.
Do not sit down. So in 2 years, that would be our next council election. And you say it's 50% plus one, but there's a proposition on the state ballot, Prop 43, correct?
Yes, but
And how does that
is
impact us? Can you?
It won't affect business license taxes. That's
Really?
very particular to parcel taxes and documentary transfer taxes.
Really?
It was a compromise.
Okay.
Howard Jarvis took their measure off the ballot in exchange for some other fixes and narrowed 43.
Oh,
They
how
didn't
the
even solve
sausage
the
is
measure
made.
ULA problem, although that fix is probably coming
Okay.
later.
All right.
Now, here's an idea, speaking a little out of school. We normally do this by having the 5 of you on the last meeting before August the 7th in the election year finally get to the finish line and put a measure on the ballot. But there's nothing that says the 5 of you can't put a measure on the ballot for 2 years from now. And there may be virtue in that because you're the 5 that put a lot of thought into this. You can refine the proposal and set it out there as a marker. Next council will be free to make amendments all the way up to August 7th of 2028. But sometimes getting a measure on the ballot out there well in advance allows ideas to percolate. And it also separates the decision-making of when you put it on the ballot from the politics of the season in which the measure is going to be decided by the voters. I'm not pushing that idea. I'm just identifying options.
It's legally possible.
That's right. And sometimes done. Usually when you've got folks leaving the council who really want to finish a project before they go.
But to follow up, it
Shouldn't have announced. You shouldn't have announced.
feeling a bit of a spotlight. But doesn't that, well, we have to be careful not to short circuit the
That's right.
process
That's
that
right.
you just indicated is a best practice
That's
or
right.
has generally led to success, right?
Yeah, and it works sometimes and it doesn't work others.
Thank you.
I'm going to put a suggestion here that, you know, this matter is so important. I mean, I learned so much. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the agenda book and the like, and I was familiar with, you know, a good deal of it, but there's so much more in the nuance. I would almost suggest, since we got so many different stakeholders, that we, you know, create a task force. Not a big one. You know, something with a member or two from each sort of industry and business type and things like that, that they can go ahead and work, you know, like a commission and figure out. I think we're seeing consensus here for 2 years from now. Just a way to put this all together, that it becomes, if not an outright win-win for everybody, but a neutral. In other words, you don't get hurt by it, and you don't overly win by it. You heard me earlier in this whole process. You know, I just can't for the life of me understand why we don't do the calculation based on net income. I mean, gross is gross, but, you know, you've got bakery letter A and bakery B, and one may, you know, do a better job of buying their products and everything, and their cost of goods sold is less than bakery A. And so their net margin, B's, is going to be, that does a better job, is going to be much higher. And it comes from the same report. I asked about audits. How are we going to audit this? And they say, oh, well, we're going to go in and, well, you're going to look at an income statement, right? Not a balance sheet. You're going to look at an income statement. Money in, here's all the expenses, here's your net. And then let's make the basis based upon the net, because that's what's most personal and what's most important to all of you out there, all you business owners. It could be the highest gross in the world if you're selling stuff, you know, with no profit margin, you know? So I really would like to take a look at that as well. So there's a lot of things that we need to work on. And we can just give it a definite start date, definite end date, go to our business associations, go to our, you know, real estate, you know, associations, go to, you know, all the different stakeholders and get some people working on this. And let's make good use of this time, these 2 years, and see if we can get it done by then. So with that, do we have consensus to move on?
We're just moving on. I don't think we've given any direction to staff. I think
Yeah.
we'll come back and give direction at another time about how we want to proceed, if we want to proceed. You know, I wouldn't be committing to anything now.
Right, yeah.
Just go on.
Okay, so we'll do that. We'll start, creating scope of thought, for the staff to focus in on. Okay?
Honorable Mayor?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Need a quick.
Oh, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Lisa Tamura, City Clerk, can I make a statement for the record if we're not going to be moving forward?
Okay.
In order to comply with the election law and the county deadline, since we're consolidating with the county, the city clerk's office already put into the Beach Reporter, which comes out on Thursday, the notice to call the ballot measure. So if we're not moving forward, that notice will be null and void, but I just don't want to cause confusion to the public when they see it on Thursday.
Okay.
We can't pull it.
The deadline to pull it was this morning.
What?
That's right. Maybe sometime.
Beach Reporter?
The city clerk's office really tried to convince the newspaper to pull it tomorrow morning, and they said, no, we're printing on Tuesday.
That's new.
Yeah, that is new. Okay, thank you. And need a quick break?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can just have another little quick 4 minute break?
5 minutes. 5.
5 minute.
Yeah, I'll go for that.
Okay, we return
One moment, Mr. Mayor.
to item number 11, consideration and introduction.
Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'm sorry. Thank you.
We're live.
Sorry. Okay, we return to item number 11, consideration and introduction of an ordinance amending chapters 9.72 and 14.4 of the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code. And we have,
Mr. Mayor, if I can interrupt you before we get started, I do have a parking pad in front of my house, so I am going to, out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to recuse myself from these discussions.
Yes, and so you'll have to recuse. Yeah, not necessarily a conflict of interest, but just, once again, out of an abundance of caution, it's best that she recuse. So you'll have to leave the chambers, and we'll call you when we're done.
Doesn't mean you're going downtown.
Yeah.
I'm going to go have a drink with my friends, and you text me when we're done. Thank you. I'm going to recuse myself.
yeah, we're going to lose the whole council if you know that. Okay. Sorry, Community Development Director.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Franklin and members of the City Council. Masal Kair, Community Development Director. We'll pivot to an easier topic that's only been kicking around for 25 to 30 years, according to the legislative history. But yeah, it's the parking pads in the public right-of-way located in the Alma area of the city, and Eric Zanbleet has been for the last couple years navigating through this topic, and there are some code changes before you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Eric Zanbleet, your city traffic engineer. I've been your traffic engineer for over 20 years now, and I remember the first time that we went through this that many years ago. Let me give you a little bit of background on the topic, and to bring everybody up to speed. Parking pads are a nebulous type of item. They've been around in our city for a very long time, especially because many of our city and streets don't have curbs and gutters. In 1972, the city established a private encroachment policy, so to allow for steps or retaining walls or other things in the right-of-way. All of those encroachments require an encroachment agreement between the city and the private property owner in order to have this improvement in the public right-of-way. In 1999, the city established private encroachment standards so that things are built in the proper way and regulated in a certain fashion. This is all items that are within the public right-of-way between property lines on either side of the street. In 2003, the city also concurrently discussed public right-of-way standards. So what kind of materials can you use for parking pads? What kinds of things could be used, or what sidewalk widths are required? Those kinds of things. And so it was for many years in that way. The city followed those encroachment standards, had private property owners apply for private encroachments when they wanted a parking pad, when they wanted a sidewalk or walkway to their home, those kinds of things. And more recently, the additional parking demand because of the developments that are going on in the city and a number of things increased the friction between people using the public parking pads. It also was a matter of many property owners or residents kind of privatizing those parking pads, putting soccer goals in them, basketball courts, patios, those kinds of things that were traditionally used for parking. And so code enforcement was going out and trying to remove those. People were putting up private parking signs in areas that were clearly public parking. I want to make sure that everyone's aware that anything in the public right-of-way is public, including parking pads. And so there wasn't any particular private property rights to those any of that within the public right-of-way. This had started to lead to altercations between residents. I want to park here. No, what's my parking spot? Oh, yeah, this is a public parking spot. No, it's not. People didn't even know where their property lines are in order to find out if it was a public area or not a private, or was it a private area. Private parking signs were going up and discouraging public parking in areas that they would otherwise be able to park. There is no definition for parking pads, and so how do you address it? How do you enforce it? Our police department was also involved in trying to decide what kinds of codes to apply to people that are complaining that someone's parking in front of my house, blocking my gate, whatever it is. There isn't a clean way of enforcing that, so there's frustration on that part. And then there's the damage that occurs when people are parking in areas that they shouldn't be parking in, and the Public Works Department gets involved. And so there's multiple departments of the city that are spending a lot of time to try to address the parking pad issue. And so in June 2024, these departments, Community Development, Police Department, the Public Works Department, all came together and said, okay, we need to start enforcing this more even-handedly, more consistently. It's been lax for too long it's coming to it's becoming a problem. There are incidents that are recorded by the police department about responses that they had to make to this. There's a long list of code enforcement actions for these parking pad areas as well. So we started a three-pronged approach called the 3 E's. You might have heard this before: enforcement, education, and engineering. So trying to educate the residents on what parking areas are, that these areas within the public right-of-way are public. Not your driveway, but the areas that are otherwise. Signs were posted at the boundary areas of the dune section, or the Alma Dune area, to say and remind people that these parking pads are public parking spaces as well. And then there was code enforcement that started acting on these private parking signs. Well, that got a lot of attention, of course. And so the City Council on August 8th of 2025, almost a year ago, directed staff to look into our parking pad policy and come back with a report and some possible solutions. We started doing our research, and we had 3 separate meetings with our PPIC, because this is in the public realm of the city. And they gave us some guidance with regard to let's come up with an ordinance that helps define what a parking pad is. That's one of our first tasks, because that isn't even well known. What makes a parking pad and what makes a patio? What makes a private parking area? Can I park on somebody's walkway? Can I park on a driveway? Those kinds of things. So we've created a set of definitions for this. Also, along with that is a proposed set of regulations. The intent here, and we looked at it both ways: should we define what a private parking pad is, or should we define what a public parking pad is? Do we need to know the difference? It was actually simpler and more clear to define what a public pad is rather than what it isn't. And so once we can establish what that paved area is, we can enforce it either as a parking space, or we can enforce it as a private parking area. We have drafted 2 code amendments, one in Chapter 9.72 and one in Chapter 14.40. Chapter 9.72 is the definition of what a parking pad is, and how it should be used and how it should be constructed. Section 14.40 is the regulations part, thinking about how to enforce it from a police department standpoint. And we'll get into that in just a little bit about that. I want to emphasize that the intent all along, through the PPIC meetings, from the commissioners and from the staff level, is that we're not trying to reduce the number of parking spaces that are out there. We're just trying to find out how we need to treat them. At the same time, this set of proposed ordinance languages actually favors the private property owner more. When I went out there and surveyed the possible places that could be public parking spaces, I'm looking at over 300 in the Alma Dune section area. By using the definition that we're proposing, we're down to 77 public parking spaces because of all those areas that are either a walkway to somebody's house or their gate or part of the driveway or just not big enough. And so I want to say to the residents that are opposed to this, this is actually in your favor. You would be able to sign the areas that are not public as a private parking space or as not a public parking space. You'll be able to say and call the police department out and say, hey, someone's blocking my door, someone's blocking my walkway, and we would have a regulation to be able to enforce that. That all begins with the definition of what a public parking pad is. And sidebar, this also helps from the standpoint of a coastal commission because until we define something as a parking space, how do we know that we need to preserve it from the standpoint of public access to a beach? Right now, everything is public access to a beach. A public parking pad, as is proposed in the ordinance, and this has been discussed through the PPIC, and I want to read this, is that it's a paved surface located entirely within the public right-of-way, immediately adjacent to the edge of the roadway, so that you can get to it, designed and constructed exclusively for vehicle parking, which means it doesn't have curbs that you have to jump, which does not obstruct a driveway access to a person's home or garage, a sidewalk, or a pedestrian access route. And the pedestrian access route is defined as well. A public parking pad is not a private encroachment in the right-of-way. That means that once we define the public parking pad, it will be available for public use as it is now. The other definitions that we're looking at is defining a block so that we can decide I think that's actually a previous definition that's in there. Driveway access, that's the area that's in the public right-of-way, but it connects the roadway to your garage or to a private parking space that's on your private property. Pedestrian access, that's the accessible path between the roadway, again in this case, and your door, your front door to your house, or the side door to your house, or a gate that is access to another part of your home. And then also roadway. Now, roadway is defined in the California Vehicle Code, but basically it's the traveled portion of the street. The street also includes parkways and other places that are not part of the traveled roadway, but that's not what we're talking about here. So the next step is to, okay, how are we going to treat, and how are we going to require that a parking pad be used? We took the guidance from our planning code that says that the standard size parking stall is 8.5 feet wide and 18 feet long. So that's what we're using as the minimum dimensions. We're not looking here to find out how many compact spaces that we can fit on the street. A parking pad may be aligned either parallel to the street, diagonal to the street, or perpendicular to the street. Some of these parking pads, a lot of people park in them diagonally because that's the best way that it can be used. Some people use them and turn into it and park perpendicular to the street. And some of them are just not wide enough to do that, and so they have to park parallel. Next is that no part of a public parking pad shall be located less than 1 foot away from a private wall or building. Now, private walls or buildings are on private property, but sometimes that parking pad may be built right up to the edge of the property line, and people get their stucco damaged by the car that's parked up right against it, or the doors are opening up against the wall. So we want to prevent some of that. That 1 foot measurement is also coming from our planning code. because we require a wider space when there is a wall next to a parking space. Next, parking pads shall not be used for any other purpose other than parking. Kind of obvious, but we don't want to have people blocking it, putting their trash cans in it, putting patio furniture in it, just to try to prevent people from parking in that area. When those parking pads are not in use, they shall remain unobstructed and accessible to the vehicles for the street. This particular area of a public parking pad is not to be privatized in any way. Parking pads identified on approved plans or required by a discretionary entitlement as part of the planning process if they're building a new home are considered public parking pads, because that was the way it was intended and that's the way it was drawn on the plans that were approved by the city. Parking pads shall be identified by an object, marker, or sign, or striping that's recognizable to the public as a public parking space, subject to the review and approval by the city. I want to mention that this is kind of more broad than we're actually talking about. We're not here to try to post signs that say public parking space here, with an arrow. The idea is to actually define it for everyone, the property owner and for the resident and for the public to say, okay, is it okay for me to park here, or is it private parking, or is it a private property? There isn't a line in the road or at the edge of the road that says, here's the private parking area, the private property. So what we're really talking about is something along the lines of what I'm showing you here. This is a box dot. This is one of those ceramic dots that are in the middle of the road along the lane lines. We don't want to mess up people's decorative pavements, and so we can place these on the edge to define the public parking pad area. That's it. Now, if the residents want to have, say, for instance, diagonal parking built in, then we can look at striping, but that would be something that we would consider in cooperation with the adjacent property owner. Some property owners want to have more parking in front of their homes for their residents to be able to park because they don't provide a lot of parking on site, especially the apartments. There's also a section in the proposed ordinance that allows for what we're calling a grandfather clause. When I did my walkabouts through the dune areas, I spoke with several people and had long conversations with them saying, hey, I had my home built, or my home was built in 1968, and it only was built with one parking spot and or one garage space. And now we would require two. But traditionally, they built their parking pad next to the street to allow for that extra parking. Well, before 1972, we didn't really regulate any of that. And so the grandfather clause is such that if, say, for instance, your house was built before 1972 and the parking pad was there and it was treated as if it was the extra parking or the other parking space for your property, then the property owner could then appeal the decision of the city that it was, it looks and smells and acts like a public parking pad, but it was treated and used as a private space for 30 years. That you could consider as a grandfather clause, and then they would then obtain an encroachment permit, just like as if they were to get an encroachment permit for a walkway that has steps that go down into the down onto the public roadway, because it has to have steps. And then that would be basically a private parking space to help provide for that legally required parking space that we would otherwise require now.
And Eric?
Yes.
So does that revert when a new owner buys the home?
So encroachment permits and encroachment agreements can be transferred to the next owner.
Oh, can?
Yes. Okay.
Actually, let me follow up on that if I could. So it doesn't run with the land as its equivalent of an easement?
It doesn't run automatically with the land. But they don't have to go through another appeal process in order to transfer to the next owner.
So what must a new owner do then?
Because the owner signs the agreement that I will follow this and I will remove it.
Part of the papers
So
you sign when
the paper has to be signed by the new owner. in other words?
I can help
Yeah,
with
go
that.
Acknowledge.
So it's very similar to what we do with our walk street encroachments, because all of the front yards per se in the walk streets are also encroachment agreements with the city. Every time there's a new owner who purchases one of the houses along the walk street, they have to submit for a new encroachment agreement with new insurance paperwork so that we have that insurance on file. Because we don't want there to be a situation if something were to occur on the city's property and the current owner doesn't have insurance to cover us and indemnify us, then that causes a problem from a liability standpoint.
I had forgotten about that process, and I'm just curious, to what extent is staff familiar with compliance with that process?
Typically, planning is involved when there's a new owner or any changes, and we ensure that they submit the owner submits a new encroachment agreement.
Thank you.
So it's regulated by the planning division.
Right.
Is it also subject to disclosure in a real estate transaction? I mean, does the new buyer need to know that? Or
is it?
I'd have to check with our building division to see if it's something we put on the residential report, that each new buyer is required to print through our building division. And so the realtors all know that. And so before every purchase, we prepare a residential building report. I'll confirm whether or not the enclosure is included in that report.
Okay.
The encroachment.
And that's the way it would be tracked and handled. It's not on the title report because it's
Okay,
it's
so
an
it's not on the
encroachment
title
agreement.
report.
Right.
But it should be in maybe a listing
But if
agreement.
the real estate agent is doing their due diligence, they would have that report available.
Okay. But are they required to report it?
I don't know.
You,
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Okay.
Good question. Encroachment agreement? No.
And so this is where we're looking at enforcing a public parking pad a little different than a private parking pad or a private space, say for instance. If it's designated as a public parking pad, then we would treat it as a public street space in essence, except that we would not enforce street sweeping rules because we don't sweep the parking pad. But we would say, for instance, enforce oversized motorhomes parking on the parking pad because that's treated as you're parking it in the public property. And so you'd need to follow the same rules as obtaining your oversized vehicle parking permits for motorhomes and only having them for
So that means
so they're
no-
not
no
you're not
overhang.
abusing the space.
No overhang.
Yeah, no overhang and those kinds of things. Now, and that's a good point that you bring up. The parking pad, the minimum dimension is 8.5 by 8. It would be 8.5 by 18 feet, in whatever dimension fits into the area. But it could be larger than that. So, say for instance, the parking pad can fill in 3 parking spaces, say for instance, and all of that area would be part of it. So, say for instance, in this case, a motorhome could possibly fit in some of these parking pads because they are big enough. But we don't want to have a motorhome parked there for weeks or months on end and treat it as their own private parking space too. So that would be one of those types of parking rules that would apply to a public parking pad. The 72-hour parking rule that's on city streets would apply to a parking pad too. We don't want to have cobwebs underneath the people's cars for storing and using it as a storage yard. So it's divided, the enforcement is basically divided into about 3 different pieces or factors. Vehicles that are parked partially or wholly, fully, within the public parking pad are subject to all the vehicle rules and parking regulations except for street sweeping. If a vehicle is parked partially or wholly on private property, so maybe part of it, the car is parked on the parking pad and part of it's hanging over and onto private property, that's subject to a private parking violation if the owner has a private parking sign that's posted there. So that's their right. If you don't have permission to park on private property, you should be able to have that car removed. And then third, if the vehicle is parked partially or wholly on the roadway portion, then you will be subject to all the rules, the vehicle rules and parking rules that apply to a roadway. So say, for instance, like if it says no parking this side of the street, that means that if your car is hanging out on that side of the street, that's potentially a parking citation. Or if it's street sweeping day and you're partly hanging out, the car is partly hanging out onto the back side of the parking pad, then that's subject to a violation because you're interrupting and you're making the street sweeper go around your car.
But if you're fully on the pad, you're not subject to street sweeping.
Correct. You're getting it. Okay, and then some other things that were related to enforcement is, of course, this is the enforcement of obstructions or objects that are in the parking pad that obstruct the ability to use the parking pad. That would be subject to our private encroachment rules and subject to administrative citation for that. No portion of a vehicle shall be parked on a landscaped area. That's already in the existing law, and that would be enforced around the parking pad as well. And then any unauthorized signs or markings in the right-of-way are a violation. That's also already in the existing code that says if you can't you wouldn't be able to, a private property owner would not be able to sign a private parking sign for a public parking space. To help you visualize some of this, we prepared a Q&A, or a Q&A type of a form in your report. We also created a visual guide to what does this look like when it's out there in reality. And so this is the first graphic. The first graphic A is this is where you're parking, a person parks on the driveway. If it's the person's own car, you're not blocking your own driveway because it's your own car. But if someone else parks in your driveway, that's not a public parking space, and it can be cited and or removed if the resident or calls the police department to have that done. If it's partly on the private property, then the property owner or resident has the ability to have it towed away by themselves because the car is parked on private property. I heard an instance today in one of the public comments, and I talked to the two ladies that were involved about a neighbor who called a private towing company and had the car that was parked in front of a neighbor's house towed away. That car.
That's not true. It was parked blocking my driveway.
Well, we'll have a chance for that too. And so in a case like that, the public does not have the right to tow away a car from a public parking area. Otherwise, there'd be chaos. But in the same case, if that car, and maybe that car was, partially parked on private property or overhanging or blocking a walkway or partially parked on a driveway, the private property owner, not the neighbor, could have called to have the car towed. But in this case, there was no private parking sign, so that person had no ability to know why or how to get their car back. That space needed to be posted with a private parking sign in order for it to be enforceable and legal. That's what we're trying to, some of these cases is what we're trying to account for and solve for. This same graphic shows you a little area where there may be it's too small to fit a public parking pad, and the person tried to park partly in the driveway. That's an offense, a private parking offense, and so that property owner can have that car cited or towed. Whereas the car on the left side is a publicly parked space. It's not blocking the driveway and is entirely on public property. Another graphic is in the instances where these cars are parked partly on private property. Maybe a lot of people, even the neighbors, don't know where that private property line is. And so that's where you have a little bit of a marker that says this is where the private and the public properties line is, so that the police department can actually come out and enforce it correctly. And this also allows the resident or the property owner to post the private parking sign because it would be legal for you to, that property owner to tow that person away. Another instance is where, say, for instance, a car is parking over the top of or completely covering the area where you would be accessing your front door. That happens more often than you think. In that cases, if the walkways are such that you can't fit a car in that area, then it would be not a public parking space. But the owner could park there because they can block their own driveway or they can block their own walkway. So it doesn't remove the parking space that's being used by the resident. It just changes how it's being enforced. Another item is parking on landscaping. That's a no-no, of course, and this is just a couple of examples about how that would play out. This is a visual of parking on the public street. So one side of the street may allow parking, and this is where this might happen. A car might be partly parked on their tires or their bumpers may be overhanging onto the public street, and part of it's on the parking pad. That's okay. It's treated as a public parking space. It's also treated as a street parking space for street sweeping purposes. If the car is parked in the private driveway and it's the private property owner, you have to get it out of the way for street sweeping if there's a street sweeping restriction. If there's no street sweeping restriction, you're allowed to overhang in the area that's allowed to be parked in on the street. If it's a no parking restriction on that side of the street, then you're not allowed to do any of this.
Can the owners hang over?
Yes.
On the driveway?
Yes.
So when it says not public, meaning?
Means that that's for the
private
property
privately
owner.
you can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it happens all over the city. We have other areas in the city where you're allowed to park in your driveway apron or across your driveway. As long as if it's your own car, the police department does not consider that blocking a driveway because it's your own car.
You can move it.
Yeah. And we need those parking spaces because there just isn't enough around. And then the last graphic is just the different ways that you might be able to park on a public parking pad. That's happening now. We wouldn't change any of that unless the property owners or the residents say, hey, let's work together and we want to try to get some better parking out of this. That has happened in the past, and we've marked them with some stripes. We've also marked out areas where there's, the parking pad may look huge, but part of it's on private property, and so we define where that private property area could be. I had a question that came up today also from a person that says, well, part of the parking pad is big enough for a parking pad, but I've got my gate next to it. What can I do to keep people from blocking in that part of the parking pad and blocking my gate? Well, you could do several different things. You'd be able to put a planter there in between the public parking pad and your walkway so that you can make sure that you can get in and out of your walkway. Those kinds of things would be able to be done if we had this ordinance in place. We did a lot of outreach for this in preparation for the ordinance, and it's, like I said, been 2 years in planning. We've listened to the residents. We understand that this is not going to be a everybody wins situation. It's going to be, we can't please all the people all the time. Some people want to privatize their parking spaces. Some people want them public and available to, because I, maybe have more cars than I have spaces for at my own house. There have been 3 PPIC meetings. Each time we've mailed out over 1,000 mailers to this area, this entire area, and we've also emailed anybody who's expressed interest in this topic. This area, this dune section area, we've defined as the area between Highland, Rosecrans, Grandview, and Marine Avenue. And then they were invited to this meeting as well. Our next steps are to discuss the matter, give us direction, and hopefully to introduce an ordinance amending sections 9.72 and 14.40 of the municipal code. If it is recommended, then the second reading would be on August 18th. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions from the council members.
Councilmember Howorth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Eric, and thanks to the PPIC. One of the things that somebody was talking about in the beginning is an interesting problem that happens in other places in town where they were saying that, you know, people no longer use their garages for cars, right? Like they're either, maybe they've made it where the kids get to hang out, or, you know, a craft room, or lots of junk, or whatever. I'm sorry, not junk, storage. And it's a problem near where I live, where you have walk streets and then you have other streets that have parking on them. And so people, you know, they fill up their garages and then they park on 2 streets over where they don't live. And so I'm wondering, in addition to what you're proposing tonight, and I do have another question about this, if there's something, is there anything that can be done about finding out or enforcing that people are, I mean, there's no law that says garages have to be, cars have to be parked in a garage. Is that true?
You'd be correct. The city and most cities do not have a requirement that the garage has to be used for a car, even though we require that the garage be built. It's a private property right, in essence, how you use your garage, but it doesn't mean that you're guaranteed any parking spaces on the street either.
Sure, okay. I just wondered, as I was asking out loud, I was like, wait, I don't think there's a law about that. But then the question I have, so you were talking about those cool ceramic dots. And I heard the people who spoke earlier and some of the things that we got. First of all, they were talking about signage. You said we're not going to put up signage, right?
Correct.
And then some people talked about red, like striping, and they didn't want striping, which I understand, and all of that. So have we had any feedback on the dots? And I think I was talking to the city manager about this morning, that if I were looking for parking in the area, so I have a lot of friends, I don't live in the area, but like I'd go to book club, and, you know, we'd always say carpool or walk, don't drive. But if I did drive, you know, trying to find the spot, how would I know that the dot means okay to park as a public member?
To the general public, you probably wouldn't know. It would be something you'd have to look up. Maybe we have it on the website, but it's not advertised that way.
We're not going to put up signs at the beginning of the neighborhood.
The purpose of the markers is for our police department to be able to understand what's a public parking area and what's not a public parking area.
Okay.
It can't be even listed on a list somewhere for the police department to understand, because you can't translate that to what is actually physically in the field.
Okay, that's helpful. So what you tried to do is find the least obtrusive or offensive to, I'm not saying it's not, I'm not a homeowner, so I don't know what that feels like, but that was the intent, so that then the police could easily see and say, okay.
Yeah. It also helps the owner or the resident saying, hey, you can see this car is parked over this dot and it's on my private property.
Yeah.
I need you to have it removed. That
Okay.
also helps the private property owner themselves.
Interesting, okay.
And as a sidebar, those signs that are posted now that say parking pads or public parking spaces, those will be removed
Thank you for
as a
that.
result of this as well.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Lesser.
The scale of this is on my mind as someone who used to live in this area. So I want to clarify, what is the applicable area that we're talking about for this proposed program?
So this proposed program is exactly the defined area that I mentioned as the noticed area. So it's Highland Avenue on the west, Rosecrans on the north, Marine on the south, and Grandview on the east. That's the area that we're talking about. That's the area that has the issues. We're not talking about the tree section. They have their own set of rules that do require parking pads as a rule. and they have to put them in whenever they do improvements to their house. Here, in 2003, the city council chose not to require automatic parking pads in the dune section. If there was already a parking pad there, then it needed to be replaced if the homeowner remodeled their house, but they didn't have to add any new ones.
So let me walk through this one more time, because I'm struggling with the idea that these conditions exist in other parts of the city, correct?
The only other place that I can think of right now easily is that within the northern tree section of the city where there are no curbs and gutters, there are places that are extensions of the roadway where people use that. But it's a lot easier to see because people have put in fences at the property lines.
And the rules that would apply there, you just indicated fences, which obviously would obstruct the possibility, maybe not, for a public parking space, but that would be subject to different rules than what we're talking about here, correct?
The rules, we have sufficient rules to enforce what we have over there already.
That's one lingering issue. I think, to what extent has there been an inventory in this dune section of prospective public versus current or prospective private spaces? Do we have that data as a city yet?
Yes, we do. So there's no more than 77 parking spaces that would be considered by definition as a public parking space. As I was doing my walks as well, I talked to a couple of different residents that had said, well, you know, can this space be private because it was built before 1972 and it was part of the construction of the house, and so that's where they're in favor of a grandfathering clause to be able to do that. So there's the ability in the ordinance to appeal that decision.
And refresh my recollection, I didn't see this in the timeline, but my recollection is about a decade ago where there were residents in this dune section that would mark private parking only. They were subject to citation, and there was an initiative by the city to cite those that marked their spaces as private when they were not.
Your memory serves you well. Yes, so in about 2010, 2011, there was an effort to also remove a lot of those private parking signs, the privatization of the parking spaces.
And that process didn't work, or help me understand why we're exponentially trying a program that's so much more ambitious and involved and involves staff time and lots of process.
Yeah, and I'll answer two parts to that. So in 2010 or 11, there wasn't a definition of what a parking pad was or wasn't, and so that was very difficult to argue, well, can I post this private parking sign or not? And so it kind of, for lack of the ability to back this up, we had to back off, in other words. With the only additional extra effort that we would be taking with this particular ordinance is establishing where the public parking pads are. That's a one-time deal. It's a matter of getting some of these markers and getting them out there. At that point, it's going to be easier for enforcement. It's going to be easier and there will be fewer issues that come up over enforcement or illegal parking.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Charelian.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up on Councilmember Lesser's point, and he might have answered it, but have we done a full inventory of the footprint that you're talking about, of the number of spaces that are currently being used as private parking pads that will now be potentially converted with these?
It's a very good question and a very hard answer to make, because I don't know who is using which parking spaces as private parking spaces now. I can tell you that there's a number of private parking signs out there that shouldn't be out there. I also know that there are many private parking signs that could be posted that are not posted that could be considered a private parking space under these new rules. There are about when I did my walking survey, my walking audit, if you will, there were a little over 300 spaces that could be used for parking. Now, you may want to consider it a patio, or you can consider it a parking space, or you can consider it an extra wide walkway next to your driveway. We're not going to get into the subtlety of this ordinance is that we're not going to be actively enforcing private parking spaces. So that's, if you want to have it enforced as a private parking space, then you post your sign. We're not going to go actively out there and do that. We're only really concerned about the public, how to treat the public parking space.
All right, so potentially you can, when you go start doing your markers with, what do they call the ceramic?
Yeah, ceramic dots. Mr. Bot.
There it is.
Bot
There's not an
dots.
acronym like a.
Yeah.
Bot.
Bot. B-O-T-T.
Bot.
Dots.
Bot dots. Sorry. So if you go around and now you start putting these bot dots around what was someone's mind considered, they were using it as a private spot. So what kind of like proactive, what have we done to help minimize like the impact to the individual that is using it as a private? Now you're going to put these, dots.
Well, we haven't taken that step yet because we haven't gotten it approved yet. But if this moves forward, then we would do an outreach campaign to say, okay, knock on the door. Hey, we've identified this as a public parking space. Here's how you can post your private parking areas, and this is what it's going to look like. We're not going to advertise this as a public parking space, so that it's not like,
in your face.
In your face.
So the other part is, so there won't be any signage. There'll be these dots, and someone's parked outside of the dots now, maybe encroaching into the narrow street as it is. So would their car be towed? And if it is towed, if there's no sign saying your car could be towed, how could you tow it?
So case by case, it depends. So say, for instance, if the car is parked in the public parking pad area, brick area, and it's hanging out into the street, that's a potential parking ticket, right? On street sweeping day. If it's parked out there and there's no parking allowed on that side of the street either, then it's also subject to a parking citation. We don't tow cars for those kinds of parking violations.
Got you.
We only will tow, the police department will say this, the police department will only tow a car if it's an emergency or if it's in danger to the citizens.
Got you. And then as far as the 72-hour notice or 72-hour parking, now what if someone's parked there over 72 hours, and you mark it with the community service?
It's treated as any other street parking space.
You still wouldn't tow it?
You would mark it, the police department would mark it, 72 hours later, they would come back and see if the car has moved or not. If it hasn't moved, then it would be towed.
Got you. And one quick question for our
And that's usually only on a complaint basis.
Got you, okay.
It's not proactive.
Case by case,
Yeah.
got it. And a quick question for our city manager. Is there anything, they might have answered it already, but I want to hear from you. Is there like any assumed property rights that these homeowners per se, not so much grandfathered in, but they've had this mindset of this is our property or my property, encroachment or easement or whatever, transfers and all those things. Is there like a concept in some homeowner's mind that this is mine, and just because I've been using it this way, is there like a precedent?
They might think that, but the legal answer is no, and I'll turn it over to Quinn to explain.
Yeah, there is a concept called prescriptive easement, but that can only be applied by a private property owner against another private property owner.
Okay.
Very common in Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach, because people build houses over property lines. But it cannot be used against a public entity. So people could, even if people have used the public right-of-way for 25, 30, 50 years, 100 years, they cannot get a prescriptive easement against a public entity.
Thank you. That's all, Your Honor.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of order, given the time.
Oh, yeah.
So I make a motion just to be able to extend the meeting beyond 11
Okay, so it's a motion from Councilmember Lesser to extend the time and seconded by Councilmember Charelian.
Point of order, do we need to have Councilmember Tarnay to vote on this, or can we just?
Do a
Okay,
majority.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Okay.
Motion passes 4-0-1.
Okay. All right, so, so the parking pads are always paid for by the owner, right? Is there any involvement of public funds?
On occasion, if it's in the city's interest to rebuild a parking pad, then it would be used with city funds. Just like as if a property owner was rebuilding their house and now they're required to build a sidewalk or replace the curb and gutter in front of the street, that's their responsibility to do so, even though it's still public improvements.
Okay.
It also allows them to make it more decorative if they choose.
Within.
Rather than standard concrete.
Within the code.
Within the code, yeah, guidelines.
Okay. So I think you already answered this, that if it is a private parking spot, they can put their own sign up.
Yes.
Okay. There's no standards, is there recommendations?
No, there is a standard that's required in order for it to be enforceable, minimum size of the sign, and it has to say certain things.
Okay, with the proper code?
A proper code number on it, and a telephone number so you can get your car back.
Oh, good. That's a big sign.
No, it's 17 inches by 22.
Okay, all right. Okay. So you surveyed 300 potential spots down to 77. So those 77 are in question, not in question, but they're public, right? They're public parking. So I'm coming in, I'm driving in from Diamond Bar, and I want to be near the ocean, and I see this cute little neighborhood, and I go, oh, there's a spot. Okay, so if it doesn't have a private sign on it, that person's going to try parking on it, and they'll have to contend with the owner calling the police, or.
And that happens right now.
Okay, and is
No
it
different.
towed, is it towed or just cited?
It's, yeah, on private property, the vehicle can be towed.
Okay. Is there any way, not that I want to sign pollution or something like that, but is there any way at the beginning of a street, we could put up a sign to just say, look for these?
Well, that's another sign.
Look for the body. I understand, but, you know, it can, I mean, how many citations a month do we get in those places?
That's for the police department to answer, but
Yeah,
it
but,
depends on how abusive the person is
we
about
got to give
parking.
them a fair shot, you know, at not parking in a private one.
It's pretty easy to.
And the California Vehicle Code says that the public needs to have proper notice of any parking regulations or that. So you have to have the sign for it to be enforced.
Okay, so we don't have that up, though?
No, for private property
For
purposes.
private
Yeah.
property, okay. So turning into a neighborhood or something like that for, you know, now across the street where they're putting the finishing touches on a 79-unit development that's that's underparked by previous local standards, shall we say. Those people can just come across the way and
What I'll answer you to that is that with this ordinance, property owners and residents will have more ability to post private parking areas than they do now, and it'll protect them better.
Okay. And so of the 77, those owners have been thinking it's a private spot, right?
No, not necessarily. I
No?
mean, some owners want those parking spots open for the public because they have sons or daughters with the cars that don't have parking spaces as well. But it's a mixed bag.
And then what about do we have a situation where it's been landscaped over or made into a little patio?
Yeah, we do have a parking pad that someone planted a tree in. And so, and it was actually an approved public parking pad and drawn out, and now there's a tree there.
So in my neighborhood, I'm at 19th Street, and I'm heading east to Sepulveda. There was a bunch of new rebuilt homes or new homes put in, and where there had been space to pull over and park there, they now put in shrubbery. Is that allowed? I mean, is that basically taking up because you say something about landscaping, you can't put landscaping on it.
So, you know, along 19th Street or near Sepulveda Boulevard, we don't have requirements to maintain parking pads.
Oh,
So
okay.
it could be whatever the property owner
Oh,
chooses.
so they can do that?
They can do that.
Okay. All right, great. No more questions for me. Is there any other? Come on. Where are you? Okay. Any other?
No. Members of the public, yeah.
Open up public?
Yeah. So we're going to open up now for public comment. You have up to 2 minutes to comment on this. 2 minutes.
Hello, council members. Good evening. My name is Adam Hedman, and I'm a resident for the last 18 years. I'm here to speak on the parking pads. Just as a little background, my house was, or the house that I live in was built in 1929. It's almost 100 years old. Back then, there was probably about 2,000 residents that were living here. And I know that it's an old home, but it still remains a part of the city's early residential history. Many of the Dune sections homes were built before municipal codes existed. Some have setbacks lines, some have lot sizes, heights, and other conditions that would not be proved today, yet they still remain grandfathered in. So for a homeowner being progressive and feeling the pulse of the community through those early years, if they decided to build parking pads and it was before the municipal code, I think apples to apples, it should still get grandfathered in. Also, in seeing the proposal that was up here on the last city council, in my speech, I was talking about a few things, and there's 2 things that were omitted from what you guys just viewed, which was either encroachment or easement, or however you would call it, permits, if you didn't meet the grandfathered in state. And then the other thing would be to give the person and their family and whoever lives there the opportunity, if they decided to be a little bit more progressive and, you know, build something, but say can't prove that it was before 1972. The other thing could be residential permits, and residential permits would serve as well. And it's money that would come back to the city. These are solutions. If you start with the grandfathering in, go with the encroachment, go with the permits, and if last came business permits or open during business hours and then for nighttime, well then, if nobody wanted to pay for those things and the grandfathering in wasn't put in, well then we would know exactly what a parking pad would be. And the last thing that I want to show is this was back last year. I know it's changed. I know they're talking about the bot, but that's right in front of my door. And most people don't commit to pull all the way in if they're going to take that spot. So what does it do? It blocks my door. I have a service dog, and you know, I'm gonna have to pay attention to somebody potentially pulling into that. And be aware, well, meanwhile, the other residents know, and we share and we respect that area, because there are other tenants in my place.
Upside down.
Sorry. The last thing is just the other, I think it was 2 weeks ago, we fit 3 cars in here. And we did used to put no parking. There is a line that basically, portion of this might be on, you know, city property, but the other portion's on ours. So by the standards of that, what was shown, if we park here, we're good to park and it's private parking. But we were told, private parking, but we were told to take down the signs back in 2010. So we did, in compliance, and we told we were gonna get a citation for that. Well, my neighbors over here, Jim and Dixie Dawson, who have lived in this neighborhood forever, they all of a sudden realized that the person measuring was measuring to make this one space. Well, meanwhile, as our community and where we're at, we park 3 cars there. There's also people that come from line cooks and so forth, and we know those people. But to just open it up to everybody, it's just gonna be chaos.
Okay. Yeah.
So
We'll
I'm
hope to
sorry
avoid
for going over time, but I just wanted to show, and this is the 6th time I've spoken, and I just hope you guys would be in our corner and take this into consideration.
Thank you. Anybody else? Public comment?
Hi, Council. Thanks, it's late. My name is Carl Goldsmith. I live in the Dune section, so one of the affected homeowners. And I guess I'll just make 2 points. One is like a broad point, just having to do with putting up any kind of markers or signage. I think we've all enjoyed the beautification of Manhattan Beach over the years, as both as various residences have gone up nicer and nicer, and beautification of downtown. And I myself, personally rebuilt a home about a little over a decade ago on Alma Avenue and spent considerable monies. And I'd be pretty against any kind of signage or anything that, I wasn't planning to have on my property, even the little bots. I think there are other ways that, maybe the police department can have a list of what the, the public pads are without putting up any kind of visible signage, et cetera. The other note I'll say is more personal, and I only found out about this whole issue a little while ago, despite, I guess, all the signage or media posts. I was unaware. But from Eric let me know that I guess my place is on the list. But when I built my place and the plans that were approved by the city, and the way the space that is, I think, being designated a public pad does not in any way resemble a public pad. I mean, it looks like my front yard. It goes right up to my front steps. Nobody's ever used it as a parking space, not myself either. And it's literally the entrance to my front door. So if there's some big SUV or UPS truck parked there, I mean, I really can't access my front door at all. I couldn't, move any furniture. God forbid I had a heart attack and somebody needed to pull me out on a stretcher. It wouldn't happen. And if you came and looked at my house, you certainly wouldn't think that was a parking space. So anyway, those are my 2 points. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in chambers? Yeah.
Thank you, Council, for staying late. I'm sorry for my outburst earlier. I don't like when people speak to things that are not true. I live in the section there. I have 2 elderly neighbors. I have one who's in his 90s, one who's in her late 80s. The day that we had the car towed, there was a car parked in my driveway and in her driveway, and she's coming home from the hospital after neck surgery. Can't get in. My wife can't get in with the kids who are sleeping in the car and groceries. People think that if it's brick, it's public parking, and they're very entitled about it. No. You could tell people. I've gotten heated arguments to the point where the last time I just called the police and said, "What can you do?" They said, "We can't do anything because it's in your driveway, but you can have the car towed because clearly they're in your driveway." So that's what I did. I actually left a note on the car for a good 5 hours, "Hey, this is private property. This is a private parking space. You're blocking 2 spaces. Please move your car. Don't park here again." But 5 hours later, I have my wife moaning to me that she can't get in the driveway. I have my neighbor calling on her way home from the hospital. "Someone's parked in my driveway. I can't get in my driveway." Neighbor across the street, people regularly park in front of his steps where his live-in caretaker parks. He can't get down his steps. Live-in caretaker can't park there. It just needs to be very clear as to what is public and what is private. The idea that I would have to put up a sign in my driveway that says, "This is my driveway, you can't park here," I don't even know where I would put the sign. It just seems a bit silly. It seems like there needs to be very specific rules and designation as to what is what, because people just avoid having to pay the meter by parking another block up so that they can park and not have to pay a meter, run to get their nails done, and, "Excuse me, you can't park there." "Nope, it's brick, I'll park there." "Call the cops if you want." And it's you want to be good neighbors.
Right.
So the ability to have good neighbors is be very clear on what is public and what is private. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. One more.
So as a business owner in the section, we need parking. And I really appreciate Eric doing this because, as he said, there's 300 parking pads that are available, and this will reduce it down to 77. I do not want these pads to be blocking driveways. They should no way in heck, but pads that are in the side of houses, that's a public parking space. Those are parking spaces that are definitely needed in North Manhattan Beach. We have a 83-unit complex with very little parking going up, opening up in October. Now you're looking at chaos, unless we negotiate something with El Segundo where they can park on that side of Rosecrans. You're looking at a ton of cars, apartments, 83 units with, from what I gather, less than 50 spaces. Because apparently subterranean, I don't know. But anyway, you're looking at chaos. If we don't open up these 77 spaces and mark them and define them without blocking any of the driveways, we definitely need to go forward with the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Online?
Yes, I have James Murray.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, so the thing that strikes me is we've got 300 parking pads, yet 77 homeowners are going to be penalized to do this, whatever this is. They're being treated differently than the other homeowners. And you can't treat homeowners differently than other homeowners because you run into it becoming an unconstitutional, under the United States Constitution, taking of property without compensation. So I don't know why you would burden 77 homeowners when 300 people possibly have this issue. The only explanation that I have heard for doing any of this, aside from the, I don't know, 80 some odd units on Rosecrans, some of which I understand is low income, and I don't know what that's going to do to Grandview's test scores, but whatever. Maybe we'll get metal detectors in the school one of these days. But anyway, that woman whose car was towed, what was a dot on the street going to do in her situation? Do you think she was going to see a dot, even if we painted it like a zebra or a rainbow or a tiger? Was that dot going to fix her problem? The other thing is that this whole thing seems to be an arbitrary and capricious undertaking by the traffic engineer who just seems to be doing some kind of an ad hoc, stream of.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Anybody else online?
Next, I have Aaron.
Have I unmuted? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, not a statement. I know you don't answer questions, but in my case, just following up on the presentation, looking at the website for right-of-way permit, the apply location, it's not clear which of the many permits would apply to this situation, so would appreciate at some point some information on that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
No further requests.
I'm sorry, Patty.
No further requests.
No first. Okay, so we're going to close public comments.
Mayor, may I provide a response to Councilmember Lesser's question?
I'm sorry.
May I provide a response to Councilmember Lesser's earlier question?
Please.
We did confirm that our residential building records reports, which are required for every sale, do indicate whether or not there is an encroachment agreement on a property that has to be transferred. And so we pulled some examples from our walk streets, which all have to be transferred upon new ownership, and it does state that.
Okay, so it's safe to say that a homeowner's aware, or been provided information. Okay, got it. Okay, fellow council members,
Yeah.
we have Councilmember Howorth.
Mr. Mayor, I have a suggestion or a request. You know, I'm thinking it's 10:40, and we've, you know, there's a lot to consider for me, frankly. I mean, I'm sure for all of us. And I'm wondering if we could continue this item, or if there is, let me ask staff. Sure. Is there a time issue that if we don't do this now, people are gonna whatever, but, you know, I feel like I personally would rather be fresher and, you know, maybe talk to more residents. I
agree. What I'd like to do is walk the.
Yeah, I'd like to go walk over there. I mean,
maybe with you.
Maybe the two of us. You know, we could do two, and one. But right, because I think it's important to do that. Here's some questions I have for staff if we decide, if my colleagues agree with me and we could continue. Like, so one of the questions I have, and I know people have mentioned signage, and we're saying, no, we don't have to have signage saying public can park here. You can put up signage that says this is a private driveway, don't park here. You don't have to. And the dots, which whatever. Sorry, just the name. But I think I want to hear from residents, not tonight, are they offensive? Because I think that one of the gentlemen had a question, how would that have helped that woman? And it might not have helped her at that moment, but what is being relayed to us is that when the police go by and they can see that those people are, you know, parked illegally, and they can get them out. So that will be quicker. It will be better for the homeowners. But I don't know if they like those. So I would like to continue, but I would have questions about, want to do some more outreach, want to take a kind of tour of the area. And I did have one other, I'd like to look at, have we ever considered a residential, I'm not saying I want one. I'm saying, have we ever considered a residential permit area? The notion about the High Rose, I believe it's still called that, but the residential project that's going in, I could see how that could impact that neighborhood greatly. And this could be a mitigating factor if we took something like that into consideration. So before I would make any decision, I'd want to know about that too. So I would like to continue with those, but I would encourage, if you have questions you want answered, that we give it to staff, if you agree with continuing.
Okay. Councilmember Charelian.
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone, the residents that showed up tonight and at this late hour. You know, and we had residents, I think we had about 7 or 8 residents earlier in the evening, you know, talk about this. So again, I see this as a part of public engagement. This is the good process to get feedback. So that part is working, but there's a lot of emotion involved with these parking pads. We're changing a model that you know, that people feel entitled to. So it's a little bit difficult. I would support continuing this. I think, you know, I know a lot of people here tonight from the residents, and you know, probably will want an answer, but I really think there's a little bit more due diligence that need to take in here. But I have a quick question for Eric. If Mr. Hedman can put up one of the pictures that you had there, that one there, maybe with the no parking. So would that just so I can get a visual, and I think this is a perfect opportunity for us to take the microtransit down and do a walk through 2211s. But it would be helpful for us to feel that. But no, Mr. Hedman, if you can keep it up. So is that no public parking?
Sure.
So was that or that public parking red will be disappeared and these bot dots will go in its place, or?
Sure, let me clarify this particular picture here. This public parking marking was made before we started defining what a public parking pad was going to be. It was actually not even supposed to look like a stencil like that as well. Having said that, that particular parking space would not be considered a public parking space for two different reasons. First of all, it doesn't even meet the minimum dimensions. Secondly, it's blocking or it would cover up part of the person's walkway to their home. Doesn't mean that they can't park there with their own private cars, that's fine. And they could post it as a private parking space, that's fine. But it would not be considered a public parking space.
Yeah, and lastly, just a few more things.
One thing, just to interject real quick. So if we have 3 spots that are here, if there's a property line that actually we pull onto that's part of our property.
Then that's a private parking space.
So we can put private up there. And the reason why I asked.
Mr. Mayor,
And
I don't think the public can hear.
I'm not allowed to interact with.
That's okay.
The public that way,
Yeah.
but you kind of get the gist.
Right, and so for me, just one more comment. I want to thank staff for putting all the effort to get it here, and the PPIC, I think I heard, Councilmember Howorth mention them as well, and there's a lot of detail in the staff report. It's been thought out, but I think this is one of those things, I mean, we heard, and it's nice to have Peter Kim here from a business perspective too, so we got a nice mix. But I really, applaud the work, but I think we need to take a look at it a little bit more. Thank you.
Yeah, and if it's helpful to see it in actuality in the field and how it would be applied, then that's beneficial to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One question, 2 comments. The first comment is, and I also don't want to give staff the impression that we're postponing this indefinitely or for a year or 2 years as the prior discussion. We continuing it, and we hope to do some one-on-ones. And I also think it would be useful, I mean, I think this resident just found out, oh, my fears are not actually, it doesn't, it's not what it is now. And so I think we have to do an additional job of reaching out and letting people understand. If it's less than 18 inches long, and I forget how wide, it doesn't count for public parking. I think that will help residents, because it's actually protecting the residents more than it is now. So that's a comment, so I still want to continue. But my question was going to be, the thing that I don't understand is, we're not proposing that anybody take down like a little fence or a walkway if they already have it, right? Like.
It's a qualified no. If it was illegally put up, then we would have them take it down.
Okay, all right. Thank you. So, yeah, I'd like to continue this, so I don't know if you know.
Councilmember Lesser?
I concur with the general consensus to continue this and bring it back and answer questions like Councilmember Howorth asked about parking permits, which was something that was suggested by one of our speakers. What about not going forward with the Baker spots and some of the other proposals, but looking at a residential parking permit? So we're leaving what is essentially there now there.
Personally, I don't think that we could even move forward with a parking permit program unless we knew what parking spaces we're talking about.
Oh, that's smart.
Also, we have the added factor that most of this area is within the coastal zone, and we have certain restrictions about how we can apply parking permits to that area. There would be a different conversation with the Coastal Commission, and what would we provide as an alternative to public
So just a
access.
hypothetical for further conversation when this comes back. Are there sufficient definitions in the code to be able to understand what is private and what is public as is, in the absence of the Baker's the bots themselves?
In the absence of the ordinance language, everything is a public parking pad within the right of way.
If it's in the right-of-way, it's public.
It's public.
Right now.
City Attorney Barrow, do we need anything? Do we need to vote? Do we just give
Now, since
direction?
this was not a public hearing, it can just be continued, but I think you've given the proper, sufficient direction to the council, to the staff, and it's just really a question of how much time staff will need. So we do not have to continue to a date certain. It's not important for this one.
Yeah, I
Or
think we'll
not
do better
required.
work.
Oh, and it has to include a lunch at Sloopy's.
Or
Great. Well,
bread.
thank you, Eric.
Thank you,
Bakery by
Eric.
the yard.
Great.
Okay. Oh, we're gonna get, okay.
Oops. Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you, Eric.
So we'll wait for her to
Solving
come.
problems all over. That's what he did. He's getting Nina, hopefully, unless she left and went down to Shellback.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Who's going to tell Nina?
All the problems have been
Okay.
solved.
Yes.
Not quite, just about.
Thank you.
Are we still talking about the parking pads?
Nope.
No, we're continuing it to another day in the very near future.
Thank you.
Yeah, you'll be notified.
Don't give me that look, you were sitting in the back.
I know, it's
See-
such, I know.
See what happens
It's
when
so
you're
hard.
gone?
Okay, so next on the agenda is L, City Council requests and reports, including AB 1234 reports.
Nope.
Nothing. Number 12, 13, consideration of a request by Councilmember Howorth and Councilmember Charelian.
I'll be the additional vote if that's what's being sought.
Okay, that's what we're looking for. M is future agenda items.
I have one. The one I have would be following up on the comment we heard from the representative of the Manhattan Village Mall to direct staff to explore a potential
Second.
code amendment to allow a farmer's market. And what I understand is, the community commercial zone.
That is accurate.
Thank you for remembering that.
Okay.
Howorth seconded first, so.
He said it was on the weekend?
No, it's
Or
Thursday.
Thursday, okay, so
Yeah,
there's no
it's just that we have
conflict.
to rezone the,
Okay.
we would have to consider.
Letter N, City Manager Report.
Nothing this evening, thank you.
Letter O, City Attorney Report.
Nothing tonight.
Okay. So we are going to adjourn the meeting. Hours ago, I put that information away. Can someone help me?
Yeah.
With the,
I got nothing.
no, I mean, just the,
5 o'clock on the 18th.
so 5 o'clock on August, we're going to adjourn to 5 o'clock of August.
18th.
I just had an A in my
You're
mind.
sleeping.
5 o'clock on the
18th.
18th of August. Thank you so much.